Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD and powered by Ampverse. My name is CA, and I'm going to be joined on the desk by the one and only Lucifer as we bring to you day three of the action from the group stages. It's been a blockbuster of the last 2 days. We've had matches go really close, had our
Mhm.
first overtime as well, Lucifer. Are you expecting that trend to continue or even increase today?
I think so. We will be seeing a lot of overtimes because of how close these matches are going on both Group A and Group B. We kind of, when we saw the groups, we had our favorites and we kind of had picked them out, saying that okay, this should be an easy run for this team in this group. But looking at matches from day one, day two of how close they're going, I feel like we're up for a lot of overtimes and also a lot of risky plays. Because yesterday I thought like Made in Thailand wouldn't have won their first match, right? Because they went to overtime and then we ended up seeing a sneaky defuse coming in. Again, yes, it was a very good battle coming through, but making use of your utilities and coming on top worked out really well for them. And I think that's where teams are getting a little bit of a nudge where they're looking better, keeping their utilities alive.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm really glad you mentioned that point with respect to how close the matches are going because one of the key factors in our group stages, of course, head to head, your win
Yeah.
against opponent matters, but then round difference also matters. You want to be
Yes.
able to close out your wins in a convincing manner. And that's where I want to segue towards our first match of the day. We've got
Mm-hmm.
Bleed Esports going up against NKT, and of course, Bleed yesterday with their win against LVR able to establish that they're very much the favorites we were expecting them to be. But
Mm-hmm.
now the question is, Lucifer, can they do it convincingly against NKT today?
Yeah, I agree with you. It will be something that we will have to put up because again, Bleed did get the victory, but it was not like they showed up really well. They had a lot of troubles. They
Yeah.
had to figure out what LV were trying to do and to shut them down. So it went to a 13-10 scoreline. So NKT do also have that. We have seen their attack, which is good, especially with XZE. So I feel like if that is still going to be coming ahead for Bleed, they should have something to be worried about. But one thing from yesterday, I do really love to kind of commend is finally we are seeing that defense is insane. Until day one and day two, see, I'm pretty sure you will also agree. We were only seeing that the attack was working really well for every team. But Bleed yesterday, when they turned the tables, I was like, awestruck, and finally I was like feeling in my heart like finally we can see a good defense coming in and just smacking everybody out.
Exactly. Just pure structure and discipline from the side of Bleed, of course, combined with the adaptability to be able to shut down LVR, got them the win. Now, today against NKT, they face a different beast altogether, where
Mm-hmm.
LVR are most definitely a great synergized group of friends with amazing mechanics and great macro. NKT more feels like mechanical gods that are going to get into the face of Bleed every single time and try to shut them down.
Yeah, but that's not the only match. There are other
Yeah.
three matches as well. So we'll be looking forward to them as well. But we'll be quickly jumping into what's going to be happening in Bleed and NKT, looking into their roster, looking into their veto. So I am right now kind of ecstatic at the same time figuring out if NKT will be getting their first point, right? Bleed, for them, it was yesterday's debut. But
Yep.
today, NKT, it is a redemption for them to get at least a point because, as we said, matches are not numerous. Now it's already ticking. Just like the spike, your number of matches that you'll be able to play is going to be like running out.
Yeah, and you don't want to leave it to the last second to make a miracle run to the playoffs. You have to try and pull it off. But let's take a look at the rosters we're going to see today. Of course, for the Bleed Esports team, it is going to be the exact same roster we saw yesterday with Darion, JH, Juicy, Crazy Guy, and Scary coming into play.
It's gonna be interesting. And yesterday, of all the players here, my eyes were stuck on Crazy Guy. Just as the name strikes, he was pulling out some insane plays, and I was like holding my mind and sitting back, even though I was on the desk. It's like, no, how? And especially the clutches as well, which like certain times felt like LVR had the number advantage, and Crazy Guy still gets it. And I was like, this does not look good, especially that pistol round. I'm pretty sure you would remember that. You even
Yeah.
said that they were so disciplined, worked together, moved around, but Crazy Guy just jumped down near the spike and then just started smacking their heads. I was like, okay, Bleed have something packing, but we'll be jumping into the roster of none other than Team NKT and also looking at their end because there is a little bit of a surprise that we already know, but for the viewers also, you'll be getting your eyes on it very soon.
Well, we're actually going to go towards the standings real quick, and I think the viewers do know if they've come soon enough, Lucifer. But
Yeah,
we'll come back to that in a second. Like we were talking about, for Bleed today, it's all about taking over that top spot from South Built, who themselves have a tough matchup against LVR later on today. Whereas Group B will show us a matchup for that top spot once again in Naos Todak facing off. So I'm really excited to see how these teams turn out. With Fancy as well, sorry, taking on Todak, is going to be all about securing your comfortable spot looking towards the playoffs. And teams like Naos and Southbuilt, they're feeling comfortable, but the rest of them, they got to pick up the pace.
I completely agree with you. Especially in Group B, nows are looking like too good at this point.
Yeah.
Like how they've improved, the new changes that they've made, and especially we were talking about the discipline that LVR have. Nows are very confident in the play style and the strategies that they establish. And at all times, Nows have one thing going on their mind is that we are going to command the game, and they rightfully do it in every round, every map. So I feel like Group B, if something needs to be kind of I would say highlighting in Group B, they have to start taking nows down, and then every other chances opens for every other team. But as we were talking about Team NKT, we'll jump into their roster finally and take a look of their playing five for the day.
So another reason for all you viewers out there to come through a little sooner, because you would have seen the stand-in for Wizard here, or the substitute for Wizard here in place of XE on the BRB screen. We had that little ticker running with all the news up to date, but with the rest of the squad is the exact same. We got Raigard, QQ God, Laz, and Jaute coming into play. And we casted their first game together, Lucifer.
Yes.
NKT, they started off so strong, but they fell off just as quickly.
So I feel like they shouldn't let QQ God lose out on his energy and the stamina, right? It does happen if one player has to do a lot. Eventually, he'll get that pressure that he has to keep functioning, and when that pressure kicks in, you kind of are worried also what the opponents are doing. So I felt like QQ God, when he went to his defense, he couldn't do anything. So it's going to be very crucial of how they help QQ God because he was performing insane on the attack. Let's jump to the veto and see if NKT will have a great start or if it's going to be attacking start that they figure out, and which map is it going to be.
I'm gonna guess Ascent because it's actually not. NKT take out the Ascent and we're gonna head towards the map of Haven, which is really interesting because again we get to see something new come out from Bleed here today, and how are they going to be able to really adapt to be able to face NKT as compared to the different play style that LVR brought to the table. That will be especially key to watch. But for NKT themselves, XDE was the primary duelist in the map we witnessed. So for Wizard to come into play, this is a real opportunity to shine. If you're able to shine as that player, maybe you even make a case for to be a part of that permanent five.
I agree with you. If Wizard right now kind of fills in really well and gels up with the playstyle that they are, and I think that synergy goes a long way. That you understand what your duelist is trying to do and how the other players are immediately like throwing down utilities, because it's very crucial. It didn't work out on defense for NKT. That's the only worry for me, and especially starting on defense here on Haven is also a tough play, right? Because there are three sides, and if you lose a player very early on as a first blood, you end up giving a little bit space, or I would say little more than necessary space, that maybe Bleed will be more than loving to take. And we've seen Darion for that, he is more than up for it. He'll just run through you if he gets that opportunity.
And I'm really curious about this because, as you can notice, it was Bleed that banned the last map, which means NKT picked the side. They went
Hmm.
for the defense side willingly, despite their
Exactly.
shortfalls in their first map, which tells me that they have a plan coming in. They've went back to the drawing board. They've seen, hey, we maybe played a little too passive. We didn't necessarily enable, like you mentioned, players like you got, and we're gonna go back to the defense. We're gonna take on the side that may be more difficult for us and start off strong. And this is going to be key because if you remember yesterday's match of Bleed, the side that they struggled in was the attack. So, an opportunity for NKT to hit Bleed where it hurts most.
See, this is what I love, right? Every team is like looking out for what is happening from the other end as well. As you rightly mentioned, Bleed did struggle yesterday, and it felt like LVR could have closed it very early, but then when the defense rolled in, and that's the reason I
Yeah.
mentioned Bleed's defense looked so spectacular, and even the aggressive pushes that they made, I was like, wait, you guys are playing defense, you should like hold and wait for the opportunity rather than they multiple rounds to push up. And yes, a couple of them LVR were able to read and they did shut them down, but it was not enough, and Bleed took over. So I am worried if right now NKT are unable to do it in terms of getting a lot of rounds in defense, Bleed might just run away, and especially Haven is an even better map compared to Ascent to just make aggro pushes from various directions and corner them.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it really does give you a lot more opportunity as well for the IGLs to start playing
Mm-hmm.
mind games with their opponents. So, in that regard, I'm excited to see what Crazy Guy brings to the table
Oh
and what kind
yes.
of composition we're going to see Bleed really pull out. Because one thing is for certain, right? Bleed, they've got two very similar kind of players in Juicy and Terion, both basically jet players, with Derion,
Yeah.
of course, now starting to pick up the chamber. So if we're going to see that jet chamber once again, is it going to be that jet breach Sova, a usual standard lineup, or are we going to see something different? Maybe Juicy on a raise? I find it very unlikely, but hey, you never know.
Yeah, at this point you cannot call like any metas or any agent selections, like we might not see it, right? Because it depends on if they want to pick up a curveball, especially on the Phoenix who already has it, it can come through. It all only depends on how the team wants to play around it, and we've seen numerous play styles coming through, especially that we have never seen before that these teams have played, right? The metas coming in, and for a example of that is Naos. They've changed so much
Yeah.
that every team right now is still trying to figure them out. Whereas Naos have figured one thing, that our intention is to get to the playoffs and nothing else. So right now they might be in Group B, but I'm pretty sure Group A need to watch out for Naos, which most likely will be their one of the opponents in the upcoming playoffs.
Oh, absolutely. But let's head on towards the lobby. Take a look at what agents the teams have finally decided upon and what we're going to get to see. It is going to be that most
Ooh,
classic lineup with, hold on,
yeah.
Juicy on the Reina. This is even more classic than the classic lineup. We've got double duelist Breach Sova. Bleed are here to make things real aggressive, man. This is wow.
As soon as I saw the Rena, I was like, okay, we are here for a destruction. It's a demolition derby coming in from Bleed Esports, if I could say. If that's the intention, that's how it looks as well. But NKT, yes, they have a setup which they can work around with, where they can try to slow this down. But will it be like enough, or will they be timing it perfectly? Because again, they are the ones who are starting on defense, so they don't have a chance to command. But if they try to, I feel like they have to go a little bit aggressive to stop this aggression. So I feel like fire needs to meet fire here.
Oh, absolutely. And it's going to be really exciting to see that double duelist come into play against the aggressive playstyle of NKT. And they love fighting. They love being able to match aggression with aggression, match fire with fire. So we're going to see a lot of fireworks, that's for sure. We're
Hmm.
going to see this map really pop off. And which team gets off to a good start is going to be the team that is able to you get the win most expectedly. But let's see. The one other change that I'm really curious to see is Rygaard on the Neon. We didn't see him on the Duelist earlier
Hmm.
before, but with Wizard stepping in, he's picked up the Sova role, and Rygaard does get to spread his wings a lot more on that Duelist. So maybe we get to see a thrilling performance from Rygaard.
Yeah, that's what we will be expecting. I mean, whereas we thought Wizard should be the one picking it up, looks like Ragard has something up his sleeves with the Neon. But right now, we'll be also taking a look at the players itself, how prepared they're looking. NKT, they're already in discussion of what they need to do because they've seen what Bleed were able to do yesterday, and I'm pretty sure their intention is to get their attack completely shut down. On the other hand, Bleed have smiles across their face because they understand this is heaven, and with the double duelist, they are enabling their individual abilities as that agent to do whatever they want.
Yeah. Without the Sentinel, though, an aggressive team like NKT is sure to look to find gaps where they can go for flanks, where they can look for lurks. So we'll have to see how Bleed is able to circumvent that. The idea, of course, is most likely, yo, we're gonna press W, man. We don't care about no lurks, no flanks. We're getting into sight.
Oh, yeah. 3 seconds on the clock, and right now we're going to be seeing the action coming in from Bleed and NKT, where Bleed highly inclining towards C hit. There is a setup over there. 4 of the players is what they have to battle with, and already entered is one of their jets, and now they have to figure out a way through. There's still no exchanges that has happened in terms of the bodies, but finally Laz and Regard pick up one. Juicy to try and slow things down, but Laz is still making sure the bodies fall. Juicy trying to look for the second. He does find one, but he's exhausted his orbs right now, so there's nothing more that he can use. In the meantime, Wizard has already made his way to B, but loses the duel. Laz is trying to pick everything up, but it all falls to shatter, and Juicy, he cleans it up and gets the first.
A 3K for Juicy on the Reyna. He's a hungry, thirsty duelist already.
Yeah.
You put him on the Reyna, you get him a 3K in the pistol, he's gonna start really chomping and stomping on the enemy team. But a really nice read from NKT, I will say. The force stack towards the C side, expecting the hard C execute, but they're not able to deny it simply because of the amount of chaos and space that double duelists create. Yes, Darion does end up getting sacrificed, but Juicy able to take full value of that.
Start into the second. Bleed having the upper hand already with the weapon and the round as well. Darion looking very aggressive, and this time for an A hit. And again, the read looks good. 4 people are already at A. Siva's right now main intention of control. But in the meantime, it looks like Darion is ready along with Juicy to go for a quick hit. But they're expecting a flash.
They're playing anti-flash, expecting the re-aggression from NKT while Scary sets himself up for the look. This is the eco, so the re-aggression most definitely warranted, as NKT should look for something back, but instead the duel just taken. Darion picks up the first blood, and they're just gonna look to slowly back up, wait for Scary to give them some sort of information, get some sort of look through.
He gets one. He punishes the opponent. Astra Laz is down. Now they have the entire C under control. And look at the quick rotation. But Darion, he's still here stuck. He's looking forward to a couple of rotation kills. But in the meantime, Juicy had already pushed up mid. And he got one at B. He's looking for a lot more towards A-Link. And he's already tucked himself. They're expecting that the flash is good. They're going to be able to take him down. A good one, and also a big weapon being recovered here, CA.
Yeah, that's a Wendell in the hands of NKT, and it's gonna be really up to the rest of Bleed to make sure they surprise the heck out of NKT. Don't give them an opportunity to use that Vandal, and that's exactly what they do. The fall line coming in from JH to enable Darion for the double peak. He picks up a 3K for himself, as well as the Vandal to boot. Immediately hand it over to Juicy, but like, hey, this is your Vandal, man. Go for it.
Yeah, don't drop it again, and next time I'm going to be the one keeping it. And there you look at it. He's comfortably sitting on the frenzy for now, but he knows quickly he will be getting his ultimates. One orb and another kill. I think he should be activating his blade storm, and maybe we see it in action here itself. But NKT, it's their full buy. They have to make sure they put a stop to Bleed, otherwise they'll just keep losing rounds and their economy, and feels like it's just snowballing right now. Still a start and something to stop off.
Really interesting default here from Bleed repeatedly for the last 2 rounds, smoking off a shot while they take a long control. And NKT, they've come here to fight this time. They want to deny a long, and they spot out Breach's thick shoulders, take him down. And with that breach taken away, Darion and Juicy immediately have to back up. Bleed now not in the driver's seat anymore, but Crazy Guy, he wants to change the flow. With the drone creating presence towards C to hold on for the aggression towards A, and it's NKT who again make them pay. They're finding kill after kill. NKT pedal on the metal, pushing down Bleed.
Spike has been recovered from Juicy, but he still has a duel with Joute to work around with. Wizard here quick to help and check at A lobby and figure out if there's anybody slowly trying to creep in. But that's not going to be the case, because Bleed, they've decided to hit B because of Crazy Guy. He's entered C-Link, and now it's a duel between the chamber and Crazy Guy. Crazy Guy wins that! And now it's all on Laz. They did not plant on B. Juicy, he's the one who's going to be the first point of contact. The swing is going to be there, and Juicy wins the duel. And now they get a comfortable spike plant. But look at how everything has fallen apart for NKT. Even though they were the ones who got the upper hand, the number advantage, Bleed were able to separate the players and find a weak spot where they could make NKT vulnerable. And now with the spike down, NKT, their minds are going to be kind of rattled.
NKT pedal on the metal, went straight into a tree. And right now,
Last
Juicy,
player standing.
he's gonna look to make them pay. That Reina is hungry. Eating them up one by one. He's found Wizard and now looking for Joute. Moving along default, he spots him out, chunks him a big deal of damage, and just like that,
Oh.
despite being stunned, he will invite Joute into his embraces and shut him down. Juicy here able to secure a huge round for Bleed Esports, Lucifer. That was the buy round for NKT, and a round, like you mentioned, NKT got the advantage in. In this 4v2 though, they separated themselves, they gave the isolated 1v1s, and you never want to do that against the team.
I agree with you. It was something that they did not expect, but they gave them space. And this is one of the reasons we talk about it, right? If you're going for early duels, you have to look forward to cornering your opponents. They did not do that and failed to deliver. And right now, they're on an eco for which they look forward to getting punished. And finally, they do. Outside the window, when the first kill was picked from QQ God, I was getting worried. But now look at this. Rhaegar wanted to capitalize, but he was the last player. Gets put down after getting a kill. And that's going to be the fourth for Bleed. A quick round to finish this off.
We were talking about this right before our stream started, Lucifer. We're totally expecting Bleed to be able to pull off a strong win, but a curb stomp, I must say, I wasn't expecting. It's what it is looking like right now, though.
Yeah.
4-0 in favor of Bleed. Darion's gonna pick himself up and charge, most likely pull off the Blade Storm as they once again stack in for a heavy C hit. Whereas last time when they did this, NKT had the right read, they had a 4 stack towards C. This time NKT have decided to play C on retake on the back of their Cosmic Divide, so we'll see how that works out.
Laz is hearing all the sounds coming in, but look at the amount of utilities being dumped just to clear of the site. And finally now they have the site, they don't have any vision of any players, so they also understand it most probably should be a retake. QQ God gets tagged, so they know his position towards defender spawn. In the meantime, Laz looking forward to taking garage control, but there's already a backstab where Wizard gets crazy guy. Now Scary keeping a check over there. Rhaegar gets spotted. Aldron to try and flush him out or push him back, but brilliant Aldron, and then a combo with the fall line coming in. Rhaegar picks up a kill along with Laz, yet Darion with a blade gets put down. Juicy, he has his ultimate. Can he go impress?
Oh, but JH is popping off instead, finds the 3k on CT, making it a 1v1 between these breaches. Dodging that flashpoint beautifully, and it's JH says, "Tap talk, thank you very much." We'll pick up the 5-0 lead for Bleed Esports. What a pop-off.
JH, out of all the players, I was expecting Juicy because he had a good corner, and especially with the fast lane blocking any kind of vision of his position, I thought he could be able to do a lot. But Laz does take him on, and immediately JH with the dodges and immediate flick ons, because previously he hit the Astra Laz at defender spawn, and then he immediately was ready for a fight from the C-long push. But right now, what team NKT need to figure out is how they're losing rounds. Even though they get the advantage in the numbers, they have to figure a way for their, I would say, water that is just getting spilt. Right now, again a C hit coming in. Laz with an exchange but goes down. JH again still on top.
Got the overdrive popped through by Rhaegar as he looks to push in for a fast retake on the back of this rolling thunder. Rhaegar finds his first, looking for much more. But right now, he's not going to find action just yet, because you see the spike on Crazy Guy running all the way towards A, while Scary holds off their opposition. He's found one already to equalize the scoreline, and with the plant going down towards the A site and the Hunter's Fury available for Crazy Guy, this round once again looking like it's a comfortable one for Blade.
Look at how NKT are reading this here. They still think it should be a C hit, and where Rhaegar was backing off, he also regrouped with his teammate, and now to separate them. Look at Scary's position.
Oh,
thankfully, yeah, they know now everybody is coming in from defender spawn, and Scary is also moving towards A-Link to try and stop them. But NKT might just have a good read on it, but it's all about the timing of when Scary swings.
This is beautifully played by Bleed altogether. They backed off on Crazy Guy to play it safe, but Scary caught in his astral form. Will buy a lot of time for NKT right now as Hunter's Fury goes out, but Rhaegar with his speed trying to deny it real quick now. He's bought enough time for the defuse, and the defuse will go through for the Thrifty to come out for NKT. Scary's life there was key. should not have been trying to place the stars and should have been relying on the Hunter's Fury. But a moment where he goes into the astral form, perfectly capitalized by NKT to pick up that swiftly. Oh my god, look at the timing on
Yeah,
that.
this is what I was wondering. I mean, it's all about the timing at that point, and the timing worked out in the favor of NKT, where they just spotted him out in the astral form. I mean, it's a start still. Nothing to kind of be happy about here for NKT because they're still lagging a lot. And that was a thrifty. And Bleed will not let any more rounds like that kind of run away from their hands. Brilliant recon and now immediately capitalized with the Hunter's Fury. Gets one, looking forward to the second. But with that first itself, he puts down Darion.
Once again, man advantage with the first blood picked up for Team NKT. But will they be able to rally through to find the win in the round? That's the question. Because Juicy, he's going to look for the peak and immediately equalize, shutting down QQ God. At this point, Juicy is that raid boss Smurf Reina that you're really scared of. But jeez, crazy guy with those flicks. He's making a case for himself over Juicy right now.
3v4. Chaote, very crucial trigger discipline.
Oh.
Juicy is not pushing. They left only crazy guy here to kind of sell a fake. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Jaute, he'll just be waiting, and eventually that he understands there's nobody's coming here, and when the Cosmic Divide is put down, it should be a hit on the other side. And now they have the read back to a 3v3 situation, but could not connect anything as the garage vision was blocked.
Again, I really like this from they continuously are aware of every possibility, a possible push from platform. JH checks it before guessing the plant down, and now with the rolling thunder, they realize they don't want to stay on site for the retake to come through. They try to retake garage, but immediately come back through, and with the Empress, Pop Juicy just looking for one opportunity, one frag, but he's not able to get it. The Astral Divide though right now, in a perfect spot to leave a slight gap, but JH instead chooses to go all the way around. Look, it's scary though. He's in the smoke. He's gonna try to come in on the other side of this wall, but he's being blocked by Laz. Pulls out his knife and denies Laz that opportunity. And scary. He is being oh so scary. In the smokes, lurking in the shadows. Comes out of nowhere like the boogeyman and takes them down in a 1v2 to make it a 6-1 for Bleed. That's not a round that NKT wanted to lose, Lucifer. That's gonna hurt a lot.
He got knifed while they were trying to make sure they block Scary from getting closer to the spike diffuser. And look at Scary using his mind. He's like, everything in Valorant is a weapon. It doesn't matter whether it shoots bullets or not. If I can swing it, I can wing it. Scary. Oh my god, NKT will be so worried right now. And yes, the coach's input is very crucial because NKT are right at the edge of winning a round, but that conversion at that like talk about the 10-second conversion gap, that's where they're losing their players. That's where they're losing the control. And then Bleed just come on top of it. At least one of their players is still standing.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where I think what is going wrong for NKT is that in the early moments of the round, they're beautifully organized. They have the same intention, the same objective, but as things start getting towards the end, as things start getting towards the finish line, they seem to just delve into a realm of chaos. They seem to let go of their perfect communication or their singular objective and rather become individual players and bleed every single time, given the caliber of their team makes them pay. Now Bleed, on that same note, they've switched up that default. Look at this. Instead of the A short smoke, they're going for the A long smoke, looking to set up for an A hit, but they've left Scary in the back for the lurk. Scary, he might get caught out. He was out in the open, gets pushed on by that C push. Now a triple flank coming through. Bleed's running out of time, but they'll push into the A side nevertheless.
They clean it up. There's nothing to kind of slow them down at A, and also got the number advantage. And look at Juicy. He's not stopping. Push healing, gets another, and he's looking for the last as well, Wizard. But I think he'll get knifed. Oh, no. He had his orb, and because of which he survives with a dismiss and calls his teammate Darion. It's like, Darion, you might be feeling a little left out, so here's a free one.
Yeah. You can see smiles and laughs all the way across for Bleed Esports. They're feeling
Yeah.
hella comfortable, and NKT not so much. It's not been a good start to this morning for them. And they're going to be feeling, man, what can we do? Because despite getting the good starts, despite getting the early control, they seem to fumble and stumble throughout the round nevertheless.
I mean, look at how well Bleed are like playing, right? In terms of even losing a player or losing numbers, they're confident in terms of what they have, they can still pull it off. Whereas I feel like NKT, once they lose somebody, they feel like, okay, we are missing this, and now we have to think how do we play around it. For it, again, they're looking forward to a hit. Already entered is Darion. But around the default, Laz is put down along with QQ God, who was looking at Sewers, but there was nobody to contest that. Trying to buy time is Regard, but he also gets put down. Jaute, he does get one, but nonetheless, look at the positions that they're coming from, which is already being read.
Oh, and Juicy moving in for the aggressive play actually gives an opportunity for NKT to pull something back. 2 for 1, now makes it a 1v2 for Jaute. He's got a lot of utility, but just elects on using a singular flashpoint. And with the anti-flash setup ready for Bleed, they're able to get a simple trade, pick up that 8-1 lead. Just like that, man, Bleed is in cruise control. I'm not seeing any possibility of a comeback because again and again, every single round, it's Bleed dictating the way this match works out.
Every round, every attack, every side that they want to hit, they're just being allowed to. There's no, I would say, proper counter utility setup, and everybody's so playing, especially even the Astra last playing so up close on side, is something that worries me for NKT. Again, the round has started. A has been a super success here for Bleed, and they're quite continuously hitting it. But a little switch up here. All this time they were hitting main, and this time they go all towards short, and now they're attacking from there. But a brilliant ultimate, but it only catches one player.
Oh, Raigard, able to catch out Crazy Guy, but had no idea Scary was left on the flank once again. Not expecting that, he gets traded out, and just like that, Bleed, they relieve the pressure by pushing into east side. Pick up a couple of frags, leaving Laz all by his lonesome. It is Darion who will deliver the killing blow as Bleed once again pick up the lead, and now starting to really turn up the heat. You know, the pace of these rounds, the amount of time we're spending as we head towards the finish line is exponentially decreasing as Bleed just make it faster and faster and faster. And like we expected, NKT isn't the sort of team that's going to look to slow it down. They're looking to match the pace, which is making these rounds extremely quick.
Fire with fire, but it's like Bleed is the one who's right now outshining NKT. They're having a really tough time. Again, going for a serious push here. It's going to be Darion versus QQ God, but he is concussed, and Darion finds him.
Fast they hits on the table, and no one to protect that chamber. Not even able to TP out in time. Will leave NKT on a 4v5 retake. Now Raigard has the overdrive to try and pull it off. The draw to get him some information. Will look to just slide on in towards this default area. But look at Bleed's setup, man. They've got the Rolling Thunder. They've got the Hunter's Fury as their last backup, and they're going to delay them so well. Darion now pushing in on the Rolling Thunder, finds the 2k. He's Stumper, he doesn't care. They're not even going to give the opportunity to NKT to go for the retake.
They decide for a save. They have understood that they're already lost a lot of rounds, and they don't have any economy to buy up and try to figure out at least get a couple of rounds in. With 10 rounds done, and this going to be the 11th, they don't have a lot more on cards after this. One last round and one last hope to kind of get a 10-2 scoreline at least. But look at Crazy Guy. He's figured out at least he should be able to get one. But on the other end, everybody else is on the chase. But thankfully enough, NKT will survive with those two weapons and then figure out what to do in this round.
They'll at least try to figure out what to do. Whether they'll actually figure it out or not, that's an interesting question, and it's going to be a hard one for sure. I'm expecting Raigard to drop that Vandal towards QQ God, play on his overdrive, but I guess not. Just going to stick to that Vandal. QQ got stuck on a frenzy, so we'll have to see if Raigard can find the value with it.
Regard, he's going to be spotted, his position known. He has to run away, but he's trying to spam, trying to find something in the mix and trying to find some value. But understanding that there's too much of an utility dump and also looking at Joute's position, they've backed off and quickly rotating. Look at how quick the rotation decision is coming in from Bleed, and they aren't even thinking twice about it. It's all up to Laz here. He's still playing back of side. His position might be known very soon. Jumps up log, spots Darion. The duel is lost, but Yuki God tries to help out in the mix. But in the meantime, look at Scary. He's already pushed up garage window, and Scary was ready for the fight. Joute try and suffice and try to slow things down. Gets one, brings it to a 3v3. But look at the health on NKT. Scary? What?
Scary and Juicy deliver the final blows to secure an 11-1 scoreline. And I love this about Blade. They realize that they've spotted the neon towards A long. Someone else besides the neon was breaking the recon towards A long. And then you've got the breach setting up the aftershock to deny them the push in towards A long, which means a three-man presence towards that A side. They instantly decide to rotate. And there's no hesitation about this. The
Exactly.
IGL makes the call, the team immediately follows it, and they do it in a beautiful, fluid manner. This is the sort of fluidity that I expect from a top tier team, the ability to just follow calls irrespective of what your thought is. It has to be IGL first, thoughts second. And I
Yeah.
love the way Blade follow that protocol.
That's one thing that every team kind of needs to look forward to in terms of what they want to do in execution. And I think Bleed, as you rightly said, they have one decision to follow in terms of whatever the call that comes through, and everybody falls and follows that call as a squad, as a team together, rather than thinking about, okay, wait, shall I do this even though my entire team is doing something else? Like somebody who's acting as an individual in the squad, there's nothing like that happening. So I feel like NKT, on the other hand, are intentionally trying to do that, but when Bleed are so fast to change their directions or so fast to hit that one specific site, they know where to expect the players. And NKT, even before they have a chance to get a call through to either back off and play for a retake or just give them sight or go head on with a fight, everything just falls apart. Now NKT on attack, with just 2 rounds to lose, they need to figure a way to win 10 rounds.
They need to figure a way out to win this pistol first, because otherwise, this is going to be match point for Bleed immediately. A beautiful fall line does set up NKT for success, but Scary is there to back them up, finds the double kill to ensure that it's not an advantage picked up for NKT. And just like that, a 3v3 on the cards. But all this chaos has allowed QQ God to find the lurk. Dash shutting down Scary now enables QQ God that much more, but he misses his shots, and JH, he'll capitalize, picks up a double kill, and anchors down that seaside, refusing to let NKT come in. Match point picked up for Bleed, and they are ready to turn this map into an ultimate curb stop.
I agree with you. And now look at this. This is one thing that we were just discussing in the halftime pause. CA talking about how Bleed worked together. When they lost a couple of players in the B duel, immediately there was a call where Scary as well as JH decided, okay, if we have put a stop to B hit, they should be rotating and going somewhere else, and the best call should be C. And immediately they rotate there. Yes, Scary falls down, but expecting 2 players to come so fast is not something that NKT were ready for, and now NKT need to be ready to put a stop here because Bleed have the advantage in terms of weapon. And look at where Juicy is. He doesn't care about anything. Darian also in the mix. Juicy, and they're picking up kills. Last finally able to put him down, but Crazy Guy is there. This is the cover that is also there from Bleed at all times. Darian puts one down, and JH finishing off things. A 13-1 blow here, and Bleed showing who's the boss, at least in this match.
And maybe even in the group, man, with that plus
Yeah.
12 round difference picked up, Bleed, they had a statement to make, and they most definitely shown it to all other teams. Smiles and laughs all across the board. I'm sure their support staff will be extremely proud of this result as well. We saw a commanding Bleed pull off their game plan beautifully. No hesitations, no second
Yes.
thoughts, no indecisiveness, and no trouble whatsoever. A 13-1 easy victory for Bleed Esports.
Anything and everything that Bleed wanted to do as a team, they were able to do. Even like individually, if somebody wanted to pop off, we saw Juicy, we saw JH. So I don't think there is something that we need to be worried about. Quickly jumping into what happened as a gist for all the viewers to watch. It will be a fast one, but you will end up seeing how it all started with Juicy taking them down one after another. That pistol itself was so insane, CA.
Yeah. This is the case of when in a ranked game you're trying to just warm up and you're like, I'll get them in the second half, but you just keep losing and losing. You're like, okay, yeah, GG, go next, guys. We'll try again next time. And it seemed like that's exactly what happened to NKT, where you could see the first few rounds quite close, right? Goes down to 1v1s, 2v2s. But as Bleed kept picking up rounds, as they kept picking up tempo, it was pedal to the metal. They refused to bow down. They refused to really slow down even a little. They kept pushing on. They kept pressuring NKT, and slowly but surely, NKT, they just crumbled under the pressure like a house of cards.
They couldn't do anything after picking up an advantage or a kill per se, because you can see how Bleed were ready. This is one intention that I see from a couple of players, and some players are like, okay, we get a kill and we just move back. Whereas when we saw NKT, they got a kill and they thought, okay, they're right now in the safe. They have at least a second to breathe and figure out what's the next step. Whereas on the other end from Bleeds, they picked up a kill and they were like, okay, we're not done with the job. Let's just keep pushing forth, and then we'll be seeing a lot more players and just toppling them down. And that's what happened. I think that intention of knowing we will be able to get a lot more, not just one in the mix, they just did brilliantly with that. And look at this, scary, annoying, and then seeing the barrel rightly hitting with the knife and then just waiting. He knew that he had already rattled the minds of the players of NKT, the last few surviving ones, and he knew they had to push. Nobody would stick their diffuse in the right mind if I had annoyed them so much.
Yeah, and in those flanks, right, I really appreciate Bleed's clarity with what they want to do. Every single time a player would get caught off in flank, the Bleed roster as a unit would force into sight. It's a simple macro idea of when you're getting flanked down by 2 or even 3 members, the way NKT was doing, you're going to have the man advantage on that particular site despite losing the man advantage in the map as a whole. So they forced that man advantage in the tiny site. They're able to pick up 1 or even 2 kills in many situations, where then they're able to equalize or get the man advantage for themselves and result in a round win every single time. So despite us looking at it like, hey, NKT got the initial man advantage, we're not able to actually translate it into a win, it was always Bleed's macro, where they're like, okay, we have pressure on our back, let's relieve the pressure by moving on forward.
This is going to be a tough one right now in terms of NKT, because they've lost matches back to back. So for them to get points back online is a tough job to do, but I feel like they have to figure out something through where they can make things happen. Where like they get a couple of points, they kind of make sure that how it works. And I feel like it'll be a tough one, but they have to figure it fast in the group.
Yeah, they most definitely do, and they need some convincing wins with this minus 12 round difference that's going to be added to their table. So we'll have to see what they are able to pull off. For now, though, that was the end of our first match, and we've got 3 more great matches to go. And I wonder, considering the fact that this is day 3, if other teams have ramped up in the same regard to be able to pick up wins back to back.
See, now Bleed showing us how they can kind of come through from their first matchup and to the second one. There's a huge difference, right? I understand it's different teams, but this is also one thing that I'm worried about for every team out there is if a team is allowed to kind of get to their comfort playstyle in a tournament, they'll be doing a lot more wreckage. And I feel like Bleed are getting to that point, CA.
Yeah, absolutely. Bleed are most definitely getting to that stage where it seems like there's very little that can stop them. And we'll have to see which team is able to really find the value to shut them down. But right now, let's have a look at the match scoreboard and see who was the MVP. No surprises about it. You've got Juicy as the MVP, but Darion's gonna be feeling, man, he just never gave me enough opportunities. Otherwise, I would have stolen it from him.
I agree with you. I mean, Juicy was running around everywhere, and especially having that confidence in the back of the mind, right? Where you know you don't have to be worried about like not having health with that Rena's orbs, and you having a chance to heal yourself as well as dismiss in kind of any difficult situation. Juicy was making the best use out of it.
Oh, absolutely. He felt at home, extremely comfortable on that pick of Reina, where he could just focus on his fights, show his cracked mechanical prowess, and find the value for his team. Juicy, 2.4 KD ratio, playing this absolutely beautifully. But for me, really, I think the standout player this match was JH. Uh, really great flex player for the squad altogether, I would say, where he's able to play multiple different types of support roles and come out looking strong every single time. That coupled with the 3 Ks that he caught, which single-handedly secured the rounds, JH played a crucial role in this matchup.
Look at the entire team, where we can see a couple of players from Bleed did not get to do a lot. Which out of I would want to point out Crazy Guy. We've seen him yesterday being like so annoying at certain points, and also like being so masterful in terms of his mechanical prowess that he was showing, and he could not do a lot today. That doesn't say that Bleed weren't able to do anything. They were just so happy and they just got multiple rounds. On the other end, QQ got. I felt like he was left out today because what we expected and what we thought QQ God could do, and especially where we were discussing of QQ God should have a chance today of I would say playing with the team. It did not happen for him today. CA.
Yeah.
I think that slight switch up in terms of not having XEZ and trying to figure out what needs to be done on the go, maybe hit a little like a big rock and put a stop to whatever NKT wanted to do.
Oh, absolutely. And I think Yuki God perhaps just hasn't found his groove for the day, at least.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to be disappointed that he was not able to turn up that much more. But that's all right. They've got 3 more matches to go. And I'm sure, given the caliber of the players on the team NKT, they're bound to at least come back in a way where they can be proud of their performance in this tournament. For now, though, Bleed with this convincing win should easily take top spot in their group, and they're
Mm-hmm.
going to be sitting comfortably on their perch like kings, waiting for the next challenges.
I mean, I will be looking forward to what's going to be happening because Group A is looking even more spicier, see, as we go ahead, right? So, I think when we are going to be seeing a lot more in terms of the action in Group A, and we might end up seeing now Bleed against South Belt also very soon. There's going to be, I would say that figuring out situation of what's going to be happening because South Build is also there, LVR is also there. So for 2 spots, there are 3-4 teams fighting it on Group A, and as you mentioned, it looks to be a group of death.
Absolutely. But for now, let's head on over towards a short break and get ready for match 2 because we've got a lot of action to go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship, presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse, official VCT off-season event, and we are having a great time here. Bleed showing us what they've got in the cards, and especially Juicy and Darion let aloof. That's what I would use. I mean, let to do whatever they want. It looked like a brain wreck for pretty sure NKT to figure out how do we put a stop to Juicy. Even if they managed to do that, then there was the man who scared the, I would say, but Jesus out of the players, right? Because Scary, you couldn't expect where he would like show up from, and he did and take out a couple of players, and the round was done. So I feel like Bleed, a brilliant show, but right now it's not about Bleed. It's the next two teams in question, which is none other than Naos and Sharper. I mean, we know how well Naos have played, but Sharper, they've also shown us what they've got, but they've never still found one victory. Can they do it here today against Naos, who have shown us a brilliant show here, CA?
That definitely is the question, but we'll have to see whether Sharper can really step up to the mark because, like NKT now, Sharper is in that situation where they are looking to regain their momentum. But unlike NKT, they have much more of a hope of their standing, considering that they are able to find some sort of momentum in their last few matches. Naos, on the other hand, have been dominant all the way through Lucifer. They've been
Mm-hmm.
able to pick up win after win and in a very convincing fashion, no less, where it did go to overtime in their most recent match, and they were able to close it out despite that, despite losing off that initial momentum. So they've shown us that they're capable of winning matches when they're in ultra control. They've shown us their adaptability. What's left in the tank, that's what is for us to see.
Yeah, I'm right now looking at Naos, who might be the ones taking over the victory, but what can Sharper bring in? But quickly talking about the Naos playing five. Starts off with Kakarot, which all of us have loved seeing him on the initiator. Then is going to be Blurred, J, NDJ, as well as Moyer. And an interesting play coming in with Kakarot on that initiator playing so well, and Moyer taking all the advantage that he needs and having that mindset of not being worried, right, when he's trying to fight out and win a duel. That's where the entire team comes in, and I think Nows have that very well written, that we would have to first help out Moyer and then we figure out what we have to do individually when we get to the site.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of that, Sharper, they've got a clear game plan as well. So let's take a look at their roster. A certain star player is who I have my eyes on, and that has to be Change.
Mm-hmm.
Leviathan, Nugent, Change, Niffy, and Jasper playing it together. But Change was the one picking up the slack where the team was lacking in the last few matches with the backup of Nugent, and together they were looking a real damn clean. Can they
Mm-hmm.
continue the form that they found in the early stages but lost on yesterday in that matchup, in that close matchup because of that sneaky diffuse? That is the
Yeah,
question now.
I felt like maybe we could have seen Sharper come a little bit closer, but as you said, change will be very crucial today. Let's quickly jump into the map, Vito, and see what they'll be playing on, what would be their base or the home ground, which one of these teams will be
We've
starting off
got
on. Bind Pearl is sent, Fracture Haven and Icebox out,
Breeze
and
coming
Breeze
up, so
is
this is going to
again
be
in
really
question.
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Sharper have played this yesterday. They know their shortcomings, which they unfortunately lost the map due to. So I feel like Sharper might be ready to kind of polish it off and be better. And now, for the first time, they will be playing on this map here in the Skyesports SEA Championship. So Sharper already having a little bit of an upper hand and experience. Will that help him? Is going to be a question that we'll be looking forward to.
Yeah, Lucifer, and I'm really curious to see this Vito the way it has turned out because it's Sharper who's picked up this final map. It was between Breeze and Icebox, and
Mm-hmm.
they chose to go towards that map of Breeze. So, considering the fact that yesterday it was extremely close in their loss against Made in Thailand, I'm wondering if they've gone back to the drawing board, done a word review, and realized, hey, we made these key errors in terms of communication in our matchup yesterday. This is a simple enough fix as long as we're able to regain the focus, and we're going to be going running it back on Breeze to try and find the win. And in that regard, I'm also excited to see what Naos bring to the table because continuously they've been a team that has stuck to what is comfortable for them to try and find the victory. So we're going to get to see a slightly different playstyle from both of these teams, and the
Mm-hmm.
execution will be the one that really demands the victory.
And one more thing to add on for both these teams is now, as we did mention earlier today, is that they ride on confidence of that their practice, or if you want to say the strategy book or the playbook which they are kind of come up with for the tournament is working out, and they know they will do it in that manner. So they know what they have to do, they know how they have to set up, and they don't have that like on the go change of mindset, whether they kind of fumble or they think two different things and overthink a stuff. No, they have a clear mindset and they know what they have to do. On the other hand, Sharper are really good in terms of adapting and quickly jumping when they find a little bit of a weak spot. So now is how good is their composure here on Breeze is something that we'll be looking at, because again it's such a big map and they have to start off on defense, so too many spots to watch out. Whereas Sharper, one thing for now is that they can be a little bit happy about, I'm pretty sure CA, is that Sharper don't have a lot of individual movability, if you want to put it in that manner, that one person will not kind of try to push in one direction and try to sell a fake. Sharper try to stick as much as possible together.
And in that regard, I think one real important thing about Breeze is the recent initiated changes with Sky and KO, right? Where KO had become a mainstay in every single composition across the board on this map. I think with the recent changes and how good Sky's longer flashes are, Sky
Mm-hmm.
has suddenly rose up the meta, and become a really powerful pick for certain teams, and a pick that really enables aggression. As compared to KO, where you have to be much more structured in your execute, Sky allows you to be a lot more flexible and faster on your hits. So for aggressive teams, it makes a lot more sense, and especially for teams like Sharper. On the other hand, we saw what Kakarot was able to pull off on the KO, so I have no doubt
Yes,
that he's going to stick to that exact pick.
that's the thing. Like Kakarot has played so well in not just helping his teammate out, but also as an individual performing, right? So I am worried for that one reason of what Sharper will be trying to kind of put a stop to on what Naos will be doing. Otherwise, if Kakarot is allowed, he'll be doing brilliant stuff. But again, as you mentioned, change. I'm looking forward to how change will be assisted. But on the same end, we did see Leviathan and Niffy yesterday do a lot of those heavy liftings in a couple of rounds and get their
Yeah.
team get closer to victory. So if again the same thing is, I would say, let be, Leviathan and Niffy will still do the job, but where they have to close it, they might end up failing a little bit short, and then they again lose the map. So Sharper, they need to see that the entire team functions, not just a couple of crucial players, and then the frags and the rounds then eventually will flow towards their end.
And look, we saw that yesterday, right? When Fancy
Yes.
United had players like Jin popping the heck off, they were not able to secure the victory, because the reason Naos picked up the win was that they banded together as a team. We saw
Yes.
every single member picking up the slack and finding the ability to shut down those players from Fancy United to get the win as a whole. So, while of course we're expecting those players, like you mentioned, Leviathan especially, to be able to pop off on this map, if it's not going to be a team effort, we might see a
Mm-hmm.
close match, sure, but we're not going to likely see a win, because that's what Naos has proven again and again. They are going to find the win eventually, as long as the other team is not able to adapt to their style of play, to adapt to their control, and to be able to shut them down. Because that's the only way you're going to beat Naos, if you don't let them play
Yes.
their game.
Exactly. They have been always in that driver's seat. Now have that confidence, even though they lose a couple of rounds, they can bring it back. Even if they fumble a lot of the rounds, they still have that confidence that as a team they can pull it back through and
Yeah.
get that gears running back for them. So if Sharper are able to wreck them as much as possible and keep them like thinking, right? Wait, is it head towards nest? Are they creeping and crawling? Are they coming towards halls? Or is it going to be a full fast execute towards B or A side? If these things keep changing, and I feel like if nows are not allowed to kind of get time, right? Nows really like time, I feel like it, because if they're given time, they know what's going to be happening and they have a good read on their opponent when there is more time given to them. And once that is there, nows just hold and wait for you to just walk in or even try to execute. Even if it's a fast one, nows are ready with all their utilities dumbed down, and as soon as you step up to try and get a plant or even to flush somebody out, you're getting sprayed on from various different directions. So Sharper, they cannot let players kind of get to the nth moment of the timer and then think that okay, maybe we could play around with nows.
Yeah, exactly. And in that regard, Sharper have really got to try to overwhelm Naos. I think that's the one key chink in their armor that we saw yesterday against Fancy, where when Fancy got ultra aggressive, Naos, it almost felt like they were getting overwhelmed. They were not
Yes.
getting that crucial time factor, like you mentioned, to be able to communicate what they want to do within the round itself. And in that chaos, they were crumbling and falling apart. So Sharper has got to find a way to elevate that aggression in a more macro manner, where they're able to actually identify crucial points of weaknesses and hurt Naos where it really does matter a lot more, and make sure that Naos does not have that time anymore to be able to adapt to their strengths. So we'll see. Does Sharper have some sort of plan? Because again, to go back to the veto, right? You remember it was Sharper who was finalizing this map as a whole. But hey, we've not
Yes.
got to wonder any longer how it's going to go, because we're ready for the matchup in itself, Lucifer. Let's head on over towards the Asian selection.
I feel like the Asian selection is something that, as we already discussed and have in mind, KO coming in, the Jets as well.
Yeah.
So, not a surprise, but if there is a surprise, I'm ready for it.
Ooh. There you go. As expected,
Yeah.
Kakarot isn't budging from the KO whatsoever, whereas Sharper, on the other hand, have picked up the Sky after the recent changes. And really, I think it suits them as a team in terms of their style. It gives them a lot more flexibility with the way they want to play. Usually, not necessarily looking to be that Pufflash kind of player where he wants to play aggressive, has the ability to be fluid and be supportive when necessary as well as aggressive. So that Sky really does enable them in that regard. But I want to see what kind of performance Blurred is able to bring to the table as a result of this, because one key strength that the KO brings to the table is being able to deny that Chamber a lot of his positions that he likes, to be able to use that 0 point to suppress him to a
Hmm.
large extent. So Blurred should have a relatively more free game than he usually would against the KO. So I'm excited to see how he leverages that.
I agree with you. Now, not having a KO on the opponent end should have a little bit of a free reign, but we did see Nugent. He was in certain unfamiliar spots where his flashes would come out and he would get a chance as well. Even we saw Leviathan in B side playing around the pillar when the recon came in, destroyed it immediately without giving a lot of info to their opponent, and just took a 3k for himself to get Sharper one of those rounds. So we know Sharper as individuals in defense. They have a couple of like various playstyles in terms of how they change it up, the setups as well, which can throw Naos off guard. But Sharper, they're the ones who need to make sure that they are on the commanding and the driver's seat, as we said. Otherwise, Naos just love the high tide and they just keep riding it.
Oh, absolutely. Now, as you can see, in their boot camp, definitely ready. Sharper, on the other hand, seem to be a little more spread out. But as we head into the game, Sharper is going to be starting on the attacking side. It was Naos's pick of choice whether they get to go on the attack or defense, and they've elected the defense. And once again, ready with a read, a three stack on that B site, expecting a fast B hit. But Sharper, they're looking to start with a simple default, making presence towards both extremes as they look to pick up the A on top.
This is what we said. Naos have a really good read at all times. And looking at the spike still staying here, we might end up seeing a late B hit coming through. But yes, successfully Sharper will be able to get one orb off from A. But look at the spike carrier. He's thinking there might be some kind of a trouble where a player might push mid. But Naos don't play that way. They just wait for the opportunity where the players are going to be walking into side and are very confident on their setups. And look at Kakarot, without even jump peeking, he just has a 0 point. He just needs a cue and the noise coming in from the opponents, and a cue maybe from his teammate to tell they're trying to enter right now. And the 0 point goes and lets them use their abilities and stop Sharper at their entrance.
Sharper now regrouping towards this B side, ready for the hit, but they don't realize as soon as this dog comes out, the 0 point is sure to follow to try and deny them of exactly that. The recon to delay their hit in has first change into a back position as Jay to start us off. Nifty with the immediate
30
trade,
seconds
but
left.
the tree stack comes into value here as Sharper's hit is denied. They're forced back away from the site, and now with their wall committed, they have a hard decision to make. Do they continue on into the stack, or do they go for the rotate?
This is what I was worried about, and they will put a stop to their entrance. And now with just 10 seconds on the clock to get to the side, get the spike down. Naos will give them that space because they know they have more of the players. Kakarot did spot a player and he is looking forward to pushing up. The flash is going to be brilliant, taking down Kakarot, but a quick exchange coming in. But it's still going to be Jasper who will be left alone as he's lost all his teammates. Blurred is super low, a single bullet should be enough. But in the meantime, Moyer looking forward to sticking the defuse. He smoked himself off and half defuse has been done. Jasper, yes, has bullets, but hope, very little.
Team Ace.
Very well played by now, sticking to the smart play over there, understanding they got the man advantage, allowing the plant from Sharper to ensure that they don't necessarily give away that advantage, and then pulling off the retake in a triumphant fashion to get themselves a good start. A 1-0 lead for now as they pick up the pistol and will now be moving towards the anti-eco, with perhaps a Vandal coming into picture for Moya. No, it's just going to be a Marshall with full shield. So I think Moya clearly indicating that he wants to run this setup for a few more rounds, directly upgrade to the operator, and we'll see if Sharper allows him to do that or if they're able to find some damage to deny it.
Should be another easy round here for Naos, but again, throw a couple of pistols in the mix and try to brute force your way through. Maybe you get a round as well. Shot connected from the Marshall from change, but it's just going to be dropping the health. The second shot is something that we have to look forward to, but the second comes from Moyer. He takes a player down. Looking forward to the second player as well. That's going to be Jasper, who somehow slithers his way out and is stalled at A. But will they be making their way in is a question. But Blurred, after even getting in, he still wanted to contest and takes down the spike carrier.
Sharper just stuck in this long range battle against the headhunter and the Marshal with nowhere to go. And now is taking full value off of this. Jay started pushing in mid. He knows that all of Sharper is stuck towards that A site, and this is enabling Naos to look for the fights a lot more aggressively. But this false presence created by Sharper
Yeah.
will pull Naos back a little bit, maybe give an opportunity here to the Viper to find something.
If he maybe could have tried to do something sneaky over there, but still backs off because I think their intention right now is to just a couple of frags and drop a weapon. But the only weapon that they were able to drop is a ghost that was on Jay. And Niffy, his position is known. Kakarot missing a shot, has a bulldog on hand, but finally connects the shot. That's going to be the second here for Naos. Again, we don't see any kind of hard combat between these two teams. The pistol round, fairly decent, well established, well set up from Naos, and they were able to convert it. Here as well, in the second round, they were ready for whatever was being brought on, and the read was there. They already had set up for it, and do get the round as well. So right now, things will change here, where we see the full buy coming in.
Full buy coming in for the side of Sharper here, but it's going to be a bonus for now. So Jay is the only one upgrading himself to a Vandal now. This bonus is going to be crucial as Naos look to get aggressive and get as much damage as they can onto Sharper's economy. A push in from both A and B tells them that, hey, they're taking mid control. They're not showing their presence, at least towards the A side, with the recon being instantly taken down. A clear indication of what Sharper wants to do given to Naos. Mid to be split very, very likely, and you can see Naos preparing for exactly that with the push in towards the B site, ready under window to make sure that even if they get into sight, it's going to be a tough opportunity to plant.
There's still the trademark that they would have to destroy, and they do destroy it. Blurred will give them the call that the mid tunnel has been breached, but Blurred's position
no.
very crucial. They're walking in, trigger discipline, spots 2, needs to get, he spots 3-1. So is all he gets, and Jasper immediately punishes him. Change takes control of mid tunnel. It's all up to the last two players, and both of them are splitting off, one going to defend the spawn and one going towards B main.
Blurred is definitely going to be saying a few choice words over there. If he had any other weapon, that was a guaranteed 3k, but
yes,
with the headhunter, he's just not able to find the accuracy to pull it off. Hold on though, the round's not over just yet. Moya is upgraded to a Vandal, and in this 1v3, looking to pull something off, but the Cloudburst had a gap and change shuts him down. The buy round picked up for Sharper, and with just a couple weapons lost, they won't be losing their breath over it whatsoever. They should be able to get most of their players a buy in this next round. But the key factor now is, does Moyer get his hands on an operator? The answer seems to be no. And surprisingly so, I think he had just enough money on his team to be able to do it, but instead electing for full buys all across, as Blurred is the one stuck on a Marshall, given the fact that Jay had upgraded to a Vandal in the first place. So it's actually, despite the bonus, now is at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry.
Round starts, and this time they are looking for to quickly take mid control. Previously, they'd given up, because of which they lost the round. They check it, and no action or no sounds being made. Now they get a read that it should be an A hit coming through, and rightly so. There are a lot of players at shop. But look at the late rotation from Niffy. He's already pushed up mid, but there's also another J. He also around the pillar gets one more for him. And he's looking at the second, but they back off immediately, understanding that they have no control over mid. Seeker's out, and Change should be jumping in.
Sharper continuing on in the hit though, realizing the mid control taken away from them, they have nowhere else to go. They will be able to get the plant at the back of the cabbages, and are now looking to back off, play purely on the post plant though. I have to say this is quite scary if the 0 point is coming up anytime soon to be able to suppress that Viper. It does come out, but the Viper not suppressed does give a chance for the snake bites to come across, but now as they're holding forward, pushing in as NDG gets the defuse all the way through. It's Blurred to secure the 4K and the round, as he's just having a giggle while he does it, loving the absolute chaos that followed. And bit of a confusing affair really, because even if you are playing the Viper on pure post plant, you want to leave at least a few players inside so that the defenders are slightly delayed in being able to pick up the defuse, and the Viper gets a lot more time. But Sharper just abandoning site altogether gave a free retake to Naos.
Exactly, and you saw the Toxic Screen also blocking more of that vision for them.
Yeah.
Right now, it's going to be Naos feeling really happy about it. But again, looking forward to taking a mid control, because when they did it previously, they got around. But when they left it open or wanted to take it a little bit too late, they got punished for it. Jay is going to be guarding mid tunnel. He's trying to walk up from there, and Spots Change, who wanted to push mid door, punishes him, and the Blade Storms are out.
Just the eco round for Sharper. Already with Change taken away, it's starting to look like a dire round for sure. Not much hope to be able to pull it off, as Moyer, Kakarot and Blurred are all taking off that A space, and despite Niffy having an idea of it, he's not able to do much with just the Headhunter in his hand. With the spike drop now it's just a matter of time before they're able to convert this round. And Sharper, they're scattered like flies with nowhere to go. One by one, they fall prey to Naos, leaving Leviathan on his lonesome in a 1v3.
Has to recover the spike, get to side, get the plan down, pull off a 1v3, which looks highly impossible. Push from NDG and gets another round here for Naos. A 4-1. Sharper are getting the intention of what worked, we should try it again. But look at how Naos have the read. They're like, okay, they've done this once, I think they'll be looking forward to doing it again. And they kind of hold it in those like manners or positions where they can punish the players from Sharper. But the operator that we were worried about here, CA, is not on Moyer's hand, it is on Blurred. And Blurred is holding A. Hit is not A, but still the op is out.
Eco round for Sharper here, as their economy is absolutely destroyed. They're looking to just get a plant and again play on the post, but again and again this late recon from the side of Naos delays them down. Leviathan, though, on the other hand, a player we expected to be popping off on this map, is doing exactly that once again. Finds the first blood, upgrades himself to a Vandal, and he says, you know what, I'm not going back to play on the post plant anymore. I'm going to stay in sight and shut them down.
Look at the double combo coming in from Moyer and Kakarot. They take B main control, and now Moyer and Kakarot, they will be able to do a lot. Niffy is trying to slow things down. He does pick up one, but still it is getting tough. Change picks up on Moyer. Now it's all up to Kakarot, who finally gets put down, and a Thrifty being converted from Sharper. And this is what you mentioned early on as well, when we were discussing. If you're very quick and you push towards Naos, they crumble. They try to figure out what to do next. They don't have the time to kind of get their team together and relay the calls of what they want to do next. And with that, the op also being lost, now Naos will be a little bit worried.
Yeah, exactly. And I think This should tell Sharper exactly what the blueprint for success is. You gotta play fast, you gotta play hard, you gotta hit Naos and not give them a moment to think. And given the fact that they've got these crucial ultimates ready in the Hunter's Fury and the Viper's Spit, they're looking to do exactly that, but albeit this time towards the A side. The dog, though, the wolf, denied by the 0 point. That's gonna delay Sharper a little bit more. But still, no rotations as now is just not expecting them to go ham on this A side.
Hunter's Fury to block off from the right pyramid and to keep a check on the orange. They're able to do it and get to side and get the plant as well with the Viper's Pit. Kakarot still able to find Nugent in the mix with his fragment. Yes, a number disadvantage, but they have a big ultimate Viper's Pit. This can get them the advantage and the round that they want. And look at Change how aggressively he's playing between the pyramids.
Oh, and he's gonna find value for that aggression. Leviathan picks off Moyer and Change wrapping around the side to try and find him. But in the midst of this chaos, Leviathan taken down and suddenly the Viper's Pit taken away. 2v2 on this retake. Kakarot with very low HP and with his mate falling off. It's a matter of time before Kakarot does as well. Another round picked off for Sharper and things are starting to get intense as Sharper pulling off the comeback, now reducing the points deficit to just one round, the round deficit to just one round, and really turning the screws on Naos as they now are able to destroy their economy, force Naos into an eco.
Look at once they've gotten the read and the idea of how they want to execute, they're being quick on it. And then ready for the fights eventually. And the timings are perfect from them. Yes, Sharp Naos are able to hit back, but right now, economy.
Economy and a mid to A clear hit. You see the pings coming out as they're looking to indicate just that. But look at Naos.
They planted, and now it is a round where Naos have actually taken it. And where we had planned for how things are turning here, CA. They come back.
Oh, and a dominating Thrifty no less with 4 players surviving despite their initial read of that 4-man B stack going awry. They're able to translate it into a round and beautifully done all off the back of this initial pick from Blurred. Just that slight moment, right? When Sharper would review this, they're gonna be thinking, change bro. The wall was going up. You just had to wait like 10 milliseconds more and you would not die. And they're going to be ruining their chances because without their primary duelist, there's no way they enter onto site. But here, this time it's Sharper's economy in trouble. Still able to pull out a buy on the back of Change's Blade Storm. But again, slowing it down a bit too much, giving Naos that moment to think. And I don't think this is going to work for them if they keep allowing Naos to play their game.
They have all the holes that they want. B main under control with the Viper's Pit, tunnel under control where already their Sova is, and A is completely under control with 3 stack. It is going to be a tough one if they want to pull off. They're looking forward to anybody from Naos making a mistake, trying to overextend, but it's not happening. They've committed 3 ultimates in this round, Sharper. They need to find value. Seeker's giving them the idea where NDG might be, but it actually goes towards J. But look at Kakarot. He was holding the mid archers, defender archers, but they're still trying to fight with him, and it's J also helping him out. And now it's all up to Change to find value. Jasper in the mix does take out a player. Chain takes down Kakarot, but still on site is J. He's the one they have to be worried about, and he takes down the player who wanted to entry, and now it's all on Change in a 1v2 situation, a tough one to pull off, but he still has a chance because it is a 1v1 duel now. If he converts against J, he can win it out, but look at how, I would say, disciplined he is. He immediately gets to know the position and he's like gives the call to Blurred, and look at Blurred holding the angle towards the B main.
Change so finds the exact moment where he's able to win that 1v1 duel, get the plant down, and now try to pull off this clutch. Very low, but has the advantage of Blurred not knowing exactly where he is. It's all about timing here and exchange. Who's gonna figure out Blur's position? Peeks out that broken wall, expecting Blur to come in from the mid connector, finds him and shuts him down. And despite the 1v2 situation, Naos lose the round. And I think Jay played that really, really well. The Seekers getting his position caught out with NDG early into the round, just playing for time as much as he could, waiting for the backup that came through from Kakarot, utilizing that and then pushing forward. Now, across the site, he went from backside to pillar, all playing it extremely slow and picking up frags along the way. But Blurred, not able to catch up on time with him, allowed Change to isolate that 1v1. And despite Jay's heroics, he got them shut down. And seems like Jay has instantly faced a technical issue of sorts. So he's going to reset his PC most likely, and we'll wait for him to come back.
This is one thing that we are seeing from Sharper on how they're adapting CA, because we spoke about it of they need to know what nows are able to do and what they're trying to do. Even though the Seekers did not give the entire idea of what was happening, at least getting the idea about where somebody is, they also had visual contact with the opponent players. And once they had spotted Kakarot, yes, Kakarot took a lot of the time in terms of like finishing off that duel, but when Change got the chance and then they started to move up close, I think Change was very crucial in being confident and also knowing the positions of where the players were trying to play around with, and him acting in such crucial manners when the nerves are super high, to be calm as well at the same time, to go for those isolated duels, because he knew being on a 1v2 situation, you don't know where the second person is on a lookout for, but making sure you know one person at least where he is, you have to use the entire sides, walls, and whatever that is, play around it and figure a way to bring it back to a 1v1 situation. And Change worked with that round really well and are again chasing that gap to equalize the score and again put Naos on a difficult spot, because as long as you keep Naos on a situation where they're trying to figure out how things are panning out, what Sharper are planning to do, then you are making sure that Sharper now not anymore in whatever they want to do. So they have to figure out new stuff. And I feel like if Nows get to a place where they are trying to figure out new stuff, it might be Sharper running away with the map.
And this is why I keep saying, like, despite the last round, right? If you give Naos a little bit more time for the backup to come through, if you allow Naos that extra moment to be able to figure out when they need to pull off the rotation, to communicate what they want to do with each other, to talk about whose contact they're going to peak on, and so on, they look like they're going to be on the advantage every single time, which is why I'd love to see Sharper really pick up the tempo, challenge Naos to do all of that in a matter of seconds when they're doing fast hits, and do
Yes.
that by dodging the 0 point to begin with. Having said that, it's easier said than done, because most rounds you can see Kakarot, he's holding on to that 0 point, not revealing his position whatsoever, which makes it a bit of a gamble for Sharper to commit onto any side, because for all you know, the moment you start your drone or the moment you start your wolf, that 0 point's going to come out and just deny you that hit in the first place, bro. Look at this time. Sharper. Heavy B presence, but have left Niffy towards that A side, expecting the aggression from Naos, and Niffy is rewarded. He finds that first pick, and now this will enable Sharper to just go ham towards his B side.
Change already up at mid tunnels. He's trying to push up. Spotted two players on the back of side, but the Silicon can reveal him. He's trying to play around his Cloudburst, and yes, rightly so, picks up one, and NDG is out. And it leaves all up to Kakarot. We were just talking about how crucial his 0 point is, and now he becomes the lonesome player trying to fight out a 1v5 duel and a clutch. Finds the first on Change. A snappy headshot coming in from him, but the nest has already been breached, and Jasper is going to be putting him down. That's going to be an equalizer being worked with and brought by Sharper.
Yeah, and beautifully called by the IGL as well, acknowledging that every single time they show heavy presence towards one side of the map, you see now it's immediately taking control towards the opposite side of the map by either going for the flank or taking mid control in a few rounds like Jay did. So they leave Niffy to mark that A push while they take mid control themselves early using the Sky on your gen. And as soon as Niffy gets a pick, they realize mid is not where it's going to get pushed. They can commit to the mid to be hit, and they do exactly that. So The timeout rightfully called by the Naos coach, likely to communicate, hey, they're starting to read what we're trying to do, so we need to
Yes.
switch it up. And what I'm expecting they're going to switch into is a much more passive hold on both sides, where they leave mid or a much more aggressive mid control play style, where they allow to just play retake on one side, double stack the other side, and play aggressive on mid with Moyer.
Sharper are playing so well at this point, and with their calls, this is what we were talking about. Like, as Nows are setting their players up once they have contact and info, like I'll be peeking on your contact when you are going for a duel, I'll try to trade if you lose it out. But here is what Sharper is also doing. They're looking forward to that visual info as well as some infos based on their utilities, and once they have that idea up, they're relaying that information with them. When changed hit mid tunnel, and there was Leviathan also pushing from B main, change called that there are two players B playing back of side, and that worked out brilliantly. But right now the round has started. After this timeout, will Naos be able to get back into the driver's seat is the question. Again, looking forward to a B hit, which is being read kind of from Naos. You can see one player at nest, two players playing on site, but this time Sharper have chosen the passive approach themselves as well.
And this is what I was talking about. Now is they had two options, either to aggressively contest mid or to play passive on site using the Sova to gain information where necessary. The early recon used towards mid showed that Sharper is not making moves anywhere, and this has got to make now start feeling the itch. Where are they going? Where are they coming from? Now they have an idea with the Viper wall being set up for the mid to A push, but the spacing a little bit off as New Gen and Change are already onto site, but the players from A main haven't come in. It gives Moyer a ton of time to go for the frags, but despite that, it's New Gen and Change able to find all the space they need and the site to be able to secure the plant. But for how long? Because the Hunter's Fury coming out now as one Hunter hunts another. It's Jasper who comes out on top, denies Jay from being able to win out the round, and Leviathan taking full advantage of that chaos within, able to secure the lead and the round for Sharper Esports.
The best part for me in this round is the hunter being hunted. That was very crucial for the counter hunter Fury to come out. Otherwise, I feel like they could have gotten a lot more space, and Naos might have actually pulled off this broken round for themselves. Because look at this, how much it kind of rattled with their minds, especially also the last tag that they got on Blurred. He was so low, and then at the same time, there was a mid double dose push coming through, and they got the round. But now, with back on the full buy, Naos should be able to figure a way through to get the round. Otherwise, looks like Sharper will close the half with a 2-round lead.
The null command available for Naos should allow them to play retake against this Viper's Pit, but an entry Viper's Pit committed by Sharper Esports as they're looking to fake presence towards this A side, and they've done exactly that. But Jay, what the heck, with an insane shot, shuts down the Viper's Pit and any hopes of that fake. Sharper, they still should be able to get onto site, but they have no idea. Blur's waiting in the shadows with the operator waiting for them.
Timing. Nugent gets it right now, takes on the op, and now they have the entire side. They're trying to pressurize Nugent over here. He had his flash ready, but look at Jay, he'll be able to catch Jasper, and now it's becoming difficult. As you said, the null command being popped, they have nothing to use, and they just put them down to the ground, right in their positions, without even them having a chance to battle, and now will be closing this half on a 6-6 here.
I think Jay just gave emotional damage to Leviathan. Leviathan's just gonna be like, bro, what?
Not even in the right mind. Like, who would have even thought of that too? It was not even a spray. It was random taps connected right to the head.
That's exactly right. So if you spray and you spam him out, Leviathan's gonna be like, okay, fair enough, well played. But with that tap, that's straight up emotional damage, man. Like there's no way you recover from that quickly. When you're like, bro, what? This guy is normal or what? Check his PC. Yo, please check PC.
I agree. I mean, Leviathan, but still kudos to his team on the other end. They were quick on that rotation. They did get to side, but again, not having a lot to play on the info, without any vision, without any kind of proper ideology, they walked into an operator. And I think that's where, like, when that fell apart, everybody was ready to take down Blurred first and then figure out a way through. But by that time, they had already lost players. But at least Sharper with a 6-6, they've showed us what they can do. But this always is something that we are worried about, right? Except for Bleed, I feel like for any other team, I'm worried for their defense. Now, Sharper, they have to play on the defense, but at least one thing has worked out here, CA, is Change had a good time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about how Change was going to be a stalwart player, a key crucial player for Sharper's success. And he's been exactly that. But for Moyer, we saw something similar yesterday where he had a bit of an off first half, on that jet. It seems like he needs a little bit of time to get his engine running. But once his engine starts running, it purrs like a Ferrari, man. He
Oh.
gets into cruise control and he starts mowing down the fellow teams, and not the Ferrari in F1 right now. Don't get me started on that. That's just traumatic, man.
I mean, okay, I'll not drag it. It's a whole other ball game when you get to it, but we'll keep it some other time when we're like on desk. But right now, with just 4 seconds on the clock, as you said, we have a lot more to see from Moyer as well as Kakarot, because on defense they could not do a lot. But look at this flash. Change wanted to set himself for success, but eventually they were able to push him back, and with that they're already losing players. Sharper, they have to go on a 4v5, but look at Jasper with the mid push coming through and again regaining mid control, but they've already entered A, getting the spike down.
Sharper tried to answer the mid aggression by pushing out on their own, but now is instantly back off and instead relieve the pressure by pushing into site. Now with site control as well as a player set up towards stairs and halls, Sharper now funneling into all a single point with information gleaned by Kakarot. His team is going to have a field day with what they're going to do with it. Moyer, he finds the first. Leviathan shutting down Blurred is now going to put pressure on multiple nodes. They relieve the mid dose pressure though. Jay takes down Leviathan, and with that, Kakarot is able to just as easily focus himself towards Amen and shut down Sharper. A 7-6 lead now taken for Naos as they pick up the pistol, head towards the anti-eco. And what I especially love is that immediately, like we saw from Bleed 2, right? As soon as that re-aggression comes from Sharper, they recognize, guys, if these guys are re-aggressing towards
Mm-hmm.
mid doors, they're leaving site empty. Main players push
Yes.
in, we're going to rotate on back, we're going to leave mid for them.
Exactly. They waited for the right time and the opportunity, and once they realized, okay, this is what the case is, what Sharper are planning to do, let's get the side. Now with Naos on the advantage and also a weapon, and Moyer with the confidence he has, he's brought up a Vandal, looking forward to smack them all out. If Naos are able to get their bonus as well and convert it, I feel like Sharper will have a super tough time. And Blurred, he was just waiting, and if he rightly walks into his marshal.
Naos now on the anti-eco, waiting for that opportunity. The push, the mistake from Sharper. But despite that initial first blood, Sharper, they're holding on to their horses, waiting for Naos now to push in. The commit towards this ace site is going to be up to Change to hold it down, but he's been suppressed. He only has the Marshal in his hand, and with the Vandal facing up against him, not going to be able to do much. Leviathan, though, is able to find one, and with Jasper finding another, the damage is most definitely done by Sharper in this round.
Yes. There's still a chance they can drop another weapon from one of the players. Blood looking forward to a backstab, but in the meantime, Jay finds New Gen. Now it's all up to Jasper to find one weapon. A double swing comes from in between as well as from the left side of the pyramid, and that's going to be a sweep coming in from Naos for their eighth. But still, not an happy one for them because, yes, they did drop a couple of weapons, but still keeping three, meaning that they have some amount of economy well balanced, which they can push through to a bonus with again kind of maybe a Spectre or a Stinger coming in the mix, or even people just looking forward to buying up a Marshall as well. But right now, it's a full buy for Sharper to get back in the game.
Yeah, and just like that, I think Sharper, they have to pool all of their resources into not just winning this round, but ensuring that they don't take up damage because they've got to get their hands on an operator for Change ASAP.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I really like this setup from Sharper, expecting that B hit. After getting that early info towards mid, they've stacked up this B site, allowing then Niffy to play a lot more focus towards the mid connector. Change, on the other hand, playing it extremely safe from stairs, waiting for the push in. And you can see now they have a very simple idea. They deny their mid control early, and now they're going to look to pressure halls and go for the halls to A split.
There is a trademark to put a stop over there, and also,
They ping it.
yeah, they pinged it. It's all going to depend on how they're going to be trying to fight out and keep control of halls as well as side. Change in a very iffy spot, but Leviathan is the first to fall, but Jasper comes to help. But look at this, the spray down coming in as NDJ pushes, takes down Change. Now still Jasper close towards side, but look at where the weight is inside the hall from the chamber. They flash it, they get the idea that the chamber is still here, and Blurred gets put down from Nugent. Back to a 3v2 situation, the spike being planted. It's a retake opportunity here, especially with the number advantage. It should be Sharper's game, but they should look forward to maybe the trades rather than the isolated duels.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, but they get isolated irrespective, not able to play contact off of each other, and Jasper who shuts both of them down, finding that 2k and the round win for Sharper with just a couple guns taken down as well. A pretty great buy round all in all. 8-7 on the board for Sharper, and this match just as close as Sharper's last stint on Breeze. But that's what Sharper wants to avoid. They don't want this to be like their last matchup in Breeze. They want the win this time around.
Yes, and super crucial it is. But right now, the previous round was still kind of a bonus coming in from Naos, so they should be able to buy up and right now fight with the full buy against the full buy. And preparation needs to be done from Sharper. There was a very well read and immediate fights and exchanges of the blows coming in the previous round, but can they do it again now and look forward to equalizing the score? This time looking forward to a B hit. It is just a two-man setup towards B. Yes, there is one assist towards the nest.
Plus, they call it out though. The early elbow flash coming in from the sky almost every round. They spot it out, they wait for it, and then they group together for a B hit. Now, Niffy spotted out the shoulder of Kakarot, but he's not actually able to get the kill, and that might be a costly win.
Oh yeah, look at him running around, still able to get one. Nugent finds but Blood immediately on the exchange. Well, look at this, they have to calm themselves down. Sharper need to slow this momentum and then get into the fight, because right now Naos are riding the high tide. They're ready for those immediate fights. They slow them down, but Leviathan unfortunately gets tagged towards the defender Archers. Now he's in trouble, but they send out their own Aldron. But look at this, NDJ on the late and the lineup that he was playing on. He finds one and punishes Change. So this most probably is looking like another round for Naos.
And that's exactly what it will be. Blurred shuts down Leviathan, and the buy round picked up for Naos to take a 9-7 lead. It should still be a buy available for the side of Sharper, because they had 3 weapons saved over in the last round, so they had to just invest in a couple. And actually, doesn't seem to be the case. They're going to have to go towards an eco in this round. So an opportunity for now is to really establish a huge momentum swing. They've got the null command ready, and generally when you have the null command ready, you want to attack the Viper or go for a halls to A split, and that's exactly what Naos seem to want to do. They're going for the direct A hit, looking to attack that Viper and Leviathan, take away all of his utility.
And look at this lineup. It's going to be clearing one position that Leviathan previously abused, which was the right side of the pyramid, but this time he goes to the left and still gets punished, but the shock dart does the damage because Moyer was on the snakebite previously, but still they get the side, plant the spike down as well, and now it is a 4v4 situation, but better weapons here for Naos to close the round.
Shay who starts us off, but Nugent immediately with a trade, making that Sheriff really work. Niffy with the Headhunter now turning up the dials on Naos as the pressure it most definitely is rising. Kakarot and NDG though, they play it safe, they play for time, and they pull out the desperation from Jasper, making sure that he's not able to get the defuse through. It's NDG to secure what looked like a round that could have gone awry. 10-7 on the board for Naos, as they now seem to be looking like they've gotten back into that driver's seat.
Which was very crucial for them. They are able to command it, they're able to kind of figure what they have to do, and especially their setups itself, that tells us how they want to play that entire game. Unfortunately here it looks like Sharper are the ones who are losing anything that they had in terms of the momentum, in terms of the read, in terms of the control. Just like we were talking about how to brute force your way in, Sharper and we were doing it to Naos, and this time it feels like Naos have read it. But the 0 point which we were previously talking as well, to flush out the Viper and deny her from using her utilities, that has happened here. But before that, she was able to put her Viper's Pit, and any execution towards A, it needs to be altered. And that's the reason of this hall set coming through.
Yeah, but the null command, this is what I was talking about. The also A split is so damn good, especially against the Viper split. So you can see Sharper though, they're expecting it almost. Despite the trap towards this Halls area, they've left Jasper to mark it down, but Jasper whiffs the first bullet and Moyer, he makes him pay, shuts him down, and now the also A split coming alive with the Viper nowhere to go and Change struggling will get shut down, leaving Leviathan all on his lonesome stuck in the pit. And now as they don't care, they're like, hey, you sit in your pit, we're gonna secure the round.
Spike planted, they're looking for a retake. A flash come Nugent, nothing to contest. In the meantime, Moyer takes down Leviathan, and Nugent also falls before Niffy could say anything. He's lost all his teammates. Now with one kill, his position is known. He takes the second, but there's still a player who's coming out of halls who will be able to take down easy peasy. But Jay looking forward to annoying with them. He puts down a spray first to kind of rattle his brains with the sound cue, and then immediately puts him down. And Naos looking so damn good as of now on the attack.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's looking like they found their comfort on the attack. They're not even using their ultimates. That's how easily they're able to force their way onto site. Once again, forcing Sharper onto an economy. And at this point, Sharper, they're running out of options, man. They're running out of pages in their playbook. Not necessarily being able to understand how to delay or slow down the momentum that Naos has established for themselves. And it seems like they're also running out of their ability to get aggressive, because that's what really defines Sharper, in my opinion. Their continuous ability to play on that proactive note, denying other teams an opportunity to answer back. But just like we saw in their first matchup, they got off to a good start in the first half, but since then they've fallen off.
Change thought of taking mid control, but after seeing what's happening again towards an A hit, he backs up his teammate, but it's still getting tough. Nugent spots a player who is lurking towards all, punishes him, and now they have something to work around with. Leviathan did time it perfectly, but did not connect the bullet on the spike planter. But on the other end, the blades connected and don't stop at all. Chain gets the second. He's looking for the third as well. Moyer trying to play around the pyramids as long as possible. The recon will be destroyed. Not taking much of the time, but Moyer this time going to be looking for sticking the plan and Change with the third, running right towards Moyer. But Niffy to help that and converts a brilliant thrifty here. Sharper telling Naos they're still not out of the game.
We needed something to change. We needed some sort of miracle for the momentum to be perturbed, and the change comes in the form of literally change. A huge 3k picked up with that blade storm. The Tour de Force getting to contribute as well as Niffy chimes in for one, and Sharper pull a round out of the hat, a round that wasn't expected to go their way. Especially because of the way it started and how Naos were able to get into the site. But now it's Naos' economy that's really hurt, as they're pulling out the Blade Storm and the Tour de Force to get themselves a buy and looking to switch up the tempo and go for that fast hit. Moya says, if you can do it, I can do it better.
Exactly, but gets put down immediately. But now Jasper, can he find another one? He's at the stairs. Yes, he found as the crossovers there from Kakarot. But the Hunter's Fury to know him and find him. But it's not happening. Nugent taking one as well. And now the players are just falling apart like dominoes. And Nugent closes it off with a 3k of his own. And telling Change, you bought a change. And that change is not just, I would say, a round, but an uprising of numerous rounds.
I have to see, can this uprising be quelled? Could Naos find that reset to be able to get them towards the match point and eventually the match win? They do have the timeout available, though I think the coach might wait one more round to decide if he wants to take it or not, considering that this next round is going to be the eco. And that's exactly going to be the case. 11-9 on the board, the eco for Naos now, and they've once again looking to switch up their setup. Not satisfied with the way it's going, expecting Sharper to get aggressive. They're putting heavy presence on that A side to allow for some sort of lurk from Blurred. And actually, scratch that. I thought it was an eco. It's actually a full buy from Naos in this round on the back of their Bladestorm and Tour de Force in the last. So just waiting for Blurred to find value on his passive hold, but Sharper very disciplined, not giving him that opportunity. It's instead Blurred who might be in trouble.
Blurred is walking up.
Oh,
Follow with the timing, sees the shoulder. Ah, that's a big weapon lost, and also I would say more than that they could gamble. But look at this, it's still a hit. Leviathan ready for it. The blade will be able to suppress him, but will he be able to fight and win the duel? Yes, he does, but he's looking for a lot more than he could. And NDG punishes him, and now it's all up to one player, that's Nugent, who's at mid, but he has to fight with the entire team of Naos, which does not seem possible. Naos, such a brilliant play being made. Like, when Sharper were thinking, right, CA, that okay, they might be hitting B with that one player taken out, with B completely opened up, when the decision was being made from Sharper, Naos immediately jump in A.
Exactly, and that's the small period of time that Naos wants to capitalize in, when the other team is communicating about what is going on, the exact moment where Blurred is able to shut down Niffy and take away the information of Sharper about what is going on in that B side. They're forced to re-establish presence towards there, and Naos capitalize fully. Now on match point, Naos pedal to the metal. They want to get this match done ASAP, and they're doing exactly that. A 3K already picked up by them, and now a two-man advantage as they look to rotate on towards this B side, putting Niffy in a very precarious position. Left, right, up, down. He doesn't know where to look, and he's being revealed by the recon. Has to rendezvous on out of there. Leviathan picks up back a glimmer of hope by taking down NDG. Now Lucifer. A 2v3 retake. Can Leviathan pop off?
It's going to be too tough. Niffy does spot the head but could not connect. Leviathan to flush him out with the snake bite, but look at Blood. He has his own rendezvous to run away in case he misses the opportunity. But everybody from now is showing discipline, not going over eager or not going for an ego peak as well. Too tough. But Leviathan, now that he's put down, it's all up to Niffy, which seems highly impossible. And Blood puts him down. That's going to be Naos. A tough fight, but still come out victorious.
Most definitely. 13-9 as Naos now take a 3-0 position in their group. Top of their group and cannot be contested anymore. The only team they haven't faced off, I believe, is Todak. And Todak will be looking to continue their winning streak later on in our next match today. But now is looking nigh unstoppable. This team has really been a breath of fresh air in the Skyesports SEA Championship. They've come through with a sort of style of their own. They've come through with a clear identity established as to how they want to play. And despite being challenged on multiple fronts on that identity, they've shown the capability to adapt, to be able to come out strong. And doing exactly that, are now off to a resounding start with 3 matches with 1 back-to-back.
I so agree with what you said, that Naos have come out with a game of their own. The way they're trying to play, the way of the unique stuffs they're trying to bring out, the play styles that they're trying to work with. And there are situations where Naos are, yes, unable to get something in, but that does not put them on an offset of where they think like, okay, it's not working out. But quickly jumping into the brilliant matchup of Breeze here from both the ends. Kudos to Sharper as well as Naos, because it was a tough fight from both the ends. But Naos, even after losing a couple of rounds, kept their composure and immediately readapted to what Sharper were bringing in. But one thing that worked out for Naos very well was always about the read, that they knew if there is a push from where that push would be. If they are trying to push, they knew the time when they needed to push, and I think that gave them the advantage. But Blurred in certain rounds was just annoying and not letting anything happen in a couple of sides where they wanted to enter.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's where we were talking about this earlier as well, right? The lack of a KO for Sharper should have enabled Blurred in this match, and it's exactly what happened, especially on the attacking half, where he was continuously able to roam around uncontested in the depths of the map, find the lurks and the information his team needed, and pop off respectively. So props to the entirety of Naos. I don't think there's been a single matchup where we haven't seen a player performing over the mark and player performing above expectations, and that is a team that really bodes well for their future going into the playoffs. And I think in that regard they might have secured playoffs with this win as well, because they've taken down Made in Thailand as well as their key opposition in Fancy United, who are going to likely contest them for the playoff spot. So now sure to be feeling comfortable going into their final match of the groups.
I agree. This looks like a comfortable playoffs qualification match here for them, and I don't think they will be worried about anything in the future in the later matches. But how Nausir have shown up here in the qualification stage itself, they'll be looking forward to a little bit of experiments as well, as I feel, because they need to get that going. Otherwise, I feel like teams are getting closer to figuring out how to play around Naus. But here, what kind of failed
Haha,
here
that's
for
shot.
Sharper again? That shot. I mean, he just kind of thought, okay, I should just like take a shot at the center of the Viper Spit at the opening, and unfortunately, Leviathan, who wanted to sneak in, gets punished for it. But look at this counter mid push again after losing the mid control at first in the pistol round and then again regaining it. Was kind of a good thing and also a bad thing, as you mentioned. Once they saw that again mid was being taken, the site would be left alone and they could take the site, get the spike planted, and once the spike was planted, all they had to keep was angles to hold it off, and that's what they did.
That's exactly what they did, and really, that shot, man, has really got me wondering what was Jay thinking in that moment. He just knew a Leviathan would try to push forward and lurk through. It's of course a bit of luck attached with a ton of game sense to be able to
Yes.
predict that exact position. So props to be given to Jay as well. Had a great map over here. Now they've shown themselves on Breeze as well, and they've shown that they are a team to fear, a team that is going to have many a team in Group A wonder, okay, if this team is who we're going to be facing off in playoffs, what are we going to do? How are we going to beat them? And that's something to wonder. But going into the final match of their group, I'm sure they won't want to show any more maps because they've shown 3 already.
Yes. I mean, Naos, right at this point, will also look forward to kind of keeping things a little bit unknown and try to play in that manner, because that's what we were when we saw Naos for the first time, right? We were unsure about what they'll be bringing into the game, and we did kind of think that the other team should be walking away with the victory, where we thought Made in Thailand would be comfortably picking it up because of their comfort, I would say, meta. But right now, you see how far Naos have come with back to back 3 victories on these 3 days, and now they're not looking forward to backing off. And look at this, there is not even one player that you could pick up from Naos' end and tell that maybe this player was not having a day. Even though Moyer is with 14 kills, I feel like it doesn't matter how much Moyer had to do, what his job was as a duelist, he was comfortably doing it for the team.
Yeah, I just got to DM Kakarot and ask how does he consistently maintain
Exactly.
that kills to assist ratio every single time without fail. He just has as many assists as he does kills. It's like
Kills.
the perfect flex player altogether.
On the other end, Sharper, unfortunately, Niffy's day it wasn't. We saw Niffy and Leviathan yesterday and the previous day as well on day one. They did do a lot, but today it was Leviathan change also coming in Nugent Jasper. But as we compare to Naos and Sharper, there was one player a little bit missing in terms of the action and missed out in the entire matchup. And we see a shortfall coming in from Sharper, but it is not done for them. We hope they have another chance, but this is not the end of the matches again. We have just seen 2 brilliant matches here, CA, and how they're turning out to be, of how these teams are trying to create something new and work with and get to a point where they can qualify, because with just two
Yeah.
spots you can see how hard everybody is like trying and also trying to get to that spot where they can get that qualification stage. But next is an exciting matchup, but we will be talking about that matchup just after a small break, so don't go anywhere. See you after a short break.
remaining. UFC. Stay down. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Right here.
Last player standing. Yikes. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Come get some.
Be faster. Down A.
A fine day. Shot down.
One enemy remaining.
Walks away.
One enemy remaining. Stay down.
Silent.
Grounded.
Shot down.
One enemy remaining.
Head.
Blinded. One dead. Who?
I would recover.
Buried.
Sky destroyed.
Toxin screen down.
Teleport's ready. No more to oppose.
Spike down. One enemy remaining.
No more.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Esports SEA Championship presented by AMD and powered by Ampverse. I'm CA, joined by Lucifer on the desk, bringing you the action for the last two games of the day as we now head up into the matchup between Todak and Fancy United. This is going to be a really interesting one, Lucifer, because these two teams have faced off against each other recently.
Yeah, where Fancy United might have had an upper hand, but we were seeing when any team that has faced off previously against their opponents in this tournament, it has kind of been a different result. So I feel like we are up for another different result, but Fancy United, as we did say, they were one of the Fancy United teams which were the fan favorites, who we were looking forward to kind of getting their victory on their debut yesterday, but it was only Bleed who got it. So I feel like Fancy are hungry for that victory. And Todak, yes, they'll also not be looking forward to giving it away because they also need more points to qualify. Quickly jumping into the schedule, you will be seeing this is not going to be the last match for the day. There's still another one right next to it, which is going to be LVR and Southbuild, where a lot of eyes will be on both these teams.
Oh, absolutely. That last match is going to be a spicy one because it's a crucial one for both of the teams in their qualification battle, right? With Bleed really getting off to a stomping start earlier in our day today. But heading back to the Fancy and Todak conversation, like you mentioned, the tables really have turned in the Skyesports SEA Championship, where the previous matches have not really yielded the same results as we expect. And in that regard, Fancy, they took down Todak the last time they met each other. But there is one crucial factor to consider, which is the last time Fancy and Todak faced off, Jin was not playing for Fancy United. And considering the performance that Jin showed us yesterday, I think that is going to be one hell of an important factor for Todak to account for.
Yeah, but as you was talking about Jin, there is also Frost Easy. So all eyes on these duelists running across the map, looking forward to taking a lot of the players down with the high impact shots and also some insane plays being made. Let's see if it happens, but quickly jumping into the roster itself, apart from Jin, who else from Fancy United that we can expect?
Oh, no Jin today for Fancy United, which is going to be really interesting. Suka coming back into play with Fisher, Nidzi, Wukong, and yes, I can. So I'm really curious to see how this works out because Jin was the star performer yesterday for Fancy United, over 32 kills picked up, but seemingly unavailable or just not the pick for their map of Fracture, which gives us basically almost the same roster as we saw last time around, with the exception of Wukong, who himself had a great game yesterday as well. So we'll see what kind of setup we see from Fancy United coming up into this series.
It's going to be interesting of how Fancy United will be playing, especially with, as you already mentioned, how Jin was so crucial in all the fights that we saw. But quickly jumping into the attack. So here, I don't think we'll be having a change. There should be still Frost Easy assisted with his other teammates, Kale, Kyle, Sube, and G as well. So there's nothing to be changed here, but in terms of one thing to change for Todak is the number in their overall standing, where they get the point and try to climb up.
Exactly, and I think it's crucial for Todak to get this win right here because it effectively secures the qualification when you consider that the rest of the teams in their group are really starting to ramp up in terms of the performance we can see from them. And in that regard, right now, it's just recently picking up the win, making it 3-0 for them, leaving basically just one spot left to fight for. And we'll have to see who is able to actually secure their spot depending on this win. Because similarly for Fancy United, after losing against Naos yesterday, they're looking to get off to a better start in their group by getting a win today. So if Todak actually manages to get the win today, that will be most likely for Fancy United a really desperate situation where they'll have to hope for a miracle to be able to qualify out of the group.
Yes, there is already Sharper who are feeling bad with 3 losses,
Yeah.
and Fancy United might just join them over there. But on the other end, Fancy United, as you rightly mentioned, if it does not go in their favor, they would have to struggle a lot to get back to a qualification stage. Let's just jump into the map, Vito, and see which map we are going to be seeing in action. And this is interesting of where we are going to be ending up, as we are seeing in the qualification stages that
Oh,
various maps are coming into play, and here it is Fracture. And we all remember when we saw Todak the day one, Frost Easy, as soon as they got a chance to hit attack, they started off, I mean in the second half, not started off, they went to a blistering attack and won that map out. So Todak, it's a map where they will have an advantage, but they're starting off an attack.
yeah, and it makes perfect sense that they're able to pick up that attack map. And I'm just quite curious about this veto once again, given the fact that it's Fancy who pick Fracture over Bind for the map to play.
Yeah.
Considering that the last time these teams met, Fancy did pick up the win on the map of Bind against Todak. So this tells me that Fancy, they've looked through yesterday's games. They've seen that Todak plays a very specific way, which is when they're on the attack, it's all about Frosty Z creating the space and a quite fast tempo to boot. So it allows them, Fancy, to play a lot more aggressively against that type of tempo. So I'm hoping they've got a plan for that and they're ready to meet that fire that Frosty Z and Todak bring to the table with the fire of their own, just like we saw yesterday. Because yesterday, the best times for Fancy were when they were being hella aggressive.
I hope they get instances and chances here. Now with Todak starting off an attack, they do love it. And previously, Fancy United, when they fought against Todak, it was Fracture that they lost against them. So as you said, it is surprising to see Fancy picking up Fracture, but looking at the way to bring it out in the qualification feels like they're ready for something. But Todak, they also have something that they have to work on is their defense, which was not that great previously when we saw them on Fracture. So starting off an attack, when they had the chance to choose a side, they chose attack. I think the intention is to command the game right from the start and then see how they can manage on defense. So if Todak are able to get a very good half in the attack, I feel like maybe Fancy will have a little bit of momentum shift where they have to work on the second half from the pistol. And if they don't get that, then maybe Todak will be closing out on Fracture. So very crucial matchup coming in here. Todak looking forward to getting points and getting closer to the top of the spot, because right now Naos is with a 3-0. On the other end, still figuring a way to get first point for Fancy United.
Yeah, exactly. And for Fancy United, if you lose this match, you only got two left, which was made in Thailand and Sharper Esports. Even if you assume that Fancy is the favorite against Sharper, given their lack of form recently, Made in Thailand have been in a resurgent run, trying to get their way back to playoffs. So losing this match puts you in a very difficult situation. And similarly, so on the opposite side for Todak, if you pick up the win over here, then you're feeling a lot more comfortable because then they've got the likes of Naos to face off, where they can look to pull off an upset and maybe even challenge for the first spot.
Now it is all about what they're going to be bringing in terms of the agents as well here. See, we did already see Frosty with
Yeah.
the neon. So I feel like that is one thing that we'll be seeing. But here with the Jin out, looking forward to who else is going to be picking up. Is it still going to be a neon or that raise and breach combo that we have seen, or the fade combo coming in, which is still need to see the proper day of light, especially on defense. On attack, yes it is good. So if the raise combo comes in from the side of Fancy, we might have to just wait for it till the attack rolls in for them, the second half comes to. Otherwise, it might just be difficult.
Yeah, and really, what I'm really excited by is the composition that Fancy is going to bring to the table. Like we've always talked about, they're a hella innovative team. They have their own style and identity, and they always stick to it. Just like we saw the Phoenix on Ascent yesterday. The last time
Yeah.
Fancy United played the map of Fracture, they played a Race Phoenix double duelist composition on this map. So I'm curious to see if that continues on, or if we're going to see something slightly different, or maybe even the same composition with different players picking up the Rays and Phoenix respectively.
It'll be interesting. I mean, a double duelist is something that you kind of rarely get to see, especially on Fracture, because I feel like in Fracture, you would need a lot more utilities to play around to push back the defenses who are on site. Because if you don't have that utility set up, it's very tough to even get your way into site, because there's so many corners that you have to be worried about. But bringing in a double duelist, which tells us that you will be ready for that aggressive pushes, where you know that there's a flash to swing out on your own hands rather than waiting for your teammate to do it.
Yeah.
And then on the other end, there is also your teammate maybe pushing in from the same direction to pincer the opponent who might be waiting for you. So this kind just work out for the team Fancy, but innovation is something, as you said, it's their strength. Can they bring that innovation and try to find a new adaptation, a new meta for them? But on the other end, Todak should be feeling comfortable with what they did the previous time when on Fracture. Frosty got the open air to do whatever he wanted, and he started like running around the map when the attack came through, and rightly so he did it, because his teammates were enabling him. There was Prowler coming in, the fall line was there at the point when he needed it, flashpoints were there. So I think these kind of situations, when they're brought across from Todak, gives you an advantage.
Oh, absolutely. And I think really, oh, we're getting to hear that there's going to be a slight change in the playing five that we're going to see from Fancy. So let's actually have a look. Maybe Jin is back. Oh, drum roll. Yes, there
Oh,
we go.
he is.
Finally, okay. That makes me very happy, I will say, because you don't want to see the 32 frag player being not playing the game that they really want to win.
I agree. It's going to be interesting now, see, as Jin back on the cards, and now that we've already seen him on Phoenix, the Rays and the Phoenix double duelist combo might just come out here on Fracture, which might just work out really, really well. And that is the reason maybe Fancy United want to pick up Fracture, because that's something that you would not be looking forward to when a team has not had a great time. When you see at their overall stats in terms of how Fracture has worked out for both the teams, it is Todak faring better in the matches that they've played compared to what Fancy United were able to do. So Fancy United are running at a 20% low victory on Fracture. This is something that we'll be looking out for, what they bring new and how they can capitalize on Todak after seeing Todak taking a victory on Fracture.
Yeah, exactly. And especially since the last time these teams faced off, despite Fancy winning the BO3 as a whole, the
Yeah,
map that Todak was able to get the win on was Fracture. So I'm
and a
sure,
comfortable one.
yeah, a comfortable one to boot. Exactly. So Todak, they're going to be feeling extremely confident and extremely comfortable. The onus is really on Fancy United to show up and really show Todak that they've come more than prepared to shut them down. And I'm excited to see what kind of preparation there is, especially since now we know that Jin is back in the roster.
This just excites the game entirely, right? Now that we know what has happened and what Jin brings into the game, there is a lot of eyes and expectations from him. I'm pretty sure the crowd has the same thing going on for them, but how will it fare, right? That is something that we always have in mind, because yes, a map is there, a player is there, a star key player, but still Fancy United yesterday when we saw, they did not get that victory. So today it will be crucial of, along with someone going insane from Fancy United, how does the entire team perform together? Because on all the matches that we have seen, yes, there were some individual brilliances coming across, players who took spotlights, but only for a particular round. We saw change in the previous map on Breeze, but still the team did not get the victory. We go to the first one, we did see, I think in one round, one of the players from NKT, I forgot the name, but yes, there was one round where that went insane, but still they were nowhere even close to get that victory, and Bleed just ran through them. So it's going to be very crucial here for Fancy to come together as a team, with also individual mechanicals coming alive.
Absolutely. And I think it's really that team effort that is going to pay dividends at the end of the day. You want to be able to come together as a unit, synergize in your plays, and find the right moments to execute those exact plays to find the victory. But hey, we've talked a lot about how and where macro wise, at least fundamentally, these teams can get the win. I'm really curious to see what they want to do compositionally, because you
Mhm.
can see for Todak, they've adapted beautifully to the meta. I was talking about their composition as, for me, what represents the perfect composition in the current meta, where you've got the Fade coming in, yeah, after the new changes, where her haunts are beautifully placed with the number of positions you can get them, as well as the Neon, to ensure that just because you have the Fade, you're not lacking that pace to move into the
Yes.
sides. So in terms of that, Todak most definitely with a lot more options on the table. But one thing that is for sure, irrespective of how good their composition is, they're not going to have got to scrim against the style that Fancy is going to bring to the table.
Yes, I agree with you. I mean, how much ever you would have practiced, prepared for it, Fancy will be ready with a curveball, literally as well, maybe if
Yeah.
Jin brings it out. So that's something you need to wait and watch for. And now we have a confirmation. Let's jump into the agent selection and see if that curveball is still going to be alive from Fancy United, or if we have to expect something else.
Oh, and it's exactly that. We see the double duelist lineup coming out, but instead it's Jin picking up the Phoenix and Wukong picking up the Race. So they are going to stick to their style, stick to their comfort, as go for that breach fade double duelist lineup. So full on aggression right now from Fancy United. But I have to say, man, no chamber in Fracture makes me scared, because suddenly
Mhm.
you have to worry about so many angles, so many flanks. And so for Fancy, it's a pretty simple idea, right? They're like, we don't care about flanks or angles, because as far as we're concerned, the only way we can go is ahead, forward, W.
Yes. And Kale loves that. We saw the previous time when Kale was given a little bit of an opening where there was nobody watching an angle. I hope some of our viewers will all remember it. That's the arcade push. He slowly creeps and walks up in, finds two picks easily. Nifi and Leviathan are out, and B site is completely opened up on Fracture. So these kind of things, they do love it. Even though there was a chamber in that matchup when Todak played with against Sharper, but still, if you leave Kale a little bit of an opportunity to kind of walk up and get control of, he's ready for it. And now not having a chamber from Fancy United itself, it is going to be tough to hold the sides with 4 different openings here on Fracture. So it makes life even more difficult. And with defense for them to start off, as you rightly said, they have to go aggressive with this double duelist. There's no other option. If they try to play passive and they start losing players and they're unable to control the forces coming in from other directions, Todak might just have both easy attack and defense.
Yeah, exactly. Because then you're just playing a ranked game, right? Where everyone's like, okay, guys, spread out and watch your own angle, win your duels, and we'll win this game easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We'll have to see what kind of players Fancy have in their playbook. That player specifically, yes, I can, the IGL of this team. What has he cooked up that can really shut down Todak as a whole? On the other side, I'm sure Todak will be waiting for their. I'm still haven't figured out the identity of their child manager, player, coach. So I hope we get to see him once again. And I'm sure a lot of viewers might have come specifically to spot him out.
True that. We have to finally get him on board and like get to know who that person is. But right now, with 5 seconds on the clock, it's Todak looking forward to getting another victory, if possible, at Fancy United with something unique. Looking forward to an aggression at A, both towards the dish as well as A main. Frosty's still looking forward to some info, but look at SI Can propped up with a fault line where Wukong can swing.
Todak, they were expecting aggression. Fancy did not answer. Fancy instead just happy to play reactionary, waiting, setting traps, and holding for Todak to come in. That's exactly what's going to be the case. The hot hands to try and delay, but Frosty Z, he doesn't care. Moves in aggressively, shuts down Fishu, and clears up sight with the Prowlers coming in as well. Jin's got nowhere to go. They're overwhelmed by the side push of Todak, and they've been shut down. But the flank coming in might just find value, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Sabe able to hold on, buy time for his team to shut down the flank, and it seems like Todak will pick up a comfortable pistol.
Last person he'll be picked up, Nizzy. Nothing to do over there. None of his business at B. And that's the first round here for Todak. And look at the timing that they kind of immediately pushed in and the utilities that they used. They made sure that the vision was not there. Jin wanted to be sneaky, crawled inside the smoke, looking forward to any late players who were moving into the side to try and pick up something, but was not allowed for anything. But unfortunately, I felt very bad for Jeet over there. He had a shorty on hand, but it's all about like the reaction timing. He thought he was getting pushed from arcade as well, and by the time he could switch around, Frosty was right in his face. I'm sorry, not Jeet, it was Fisio. But now with the anti-eco advantage here, looking forward to getting another round. Wukong punishes Kel right out of the bat.
Now look at this. Fancy getting extremely aggressive. They've recovered one weapon already, and this is the Fancy we know, man. A heavy push down, now flanking all the way from arcade, looking for drop as Todak set themselves up on A site on this post plan. Now Todak, they've got to play this safe because Fancy, they have nothing to lose in this round. They're hunting for kills, they're looking for damage, and Todak, they are the prey. But will they be able to hold on with their better weapons? We'll have to see. The aftershock coming in, the hot hands as well as the pain shell to deny one angle, but the Spectre, it mows them down. Yes, I Can is able to find one trade, but that's all she wrote for Fancy, with Yes, I Can left on his lonesome and a bulldog on his face. Nizzy, last player standing, will get shut down, and just a couple weapons taken away from Todak as they pick up a comfortable anti-eco, head towards their bonus.
Nothing for them to be worried about, but that move and the push coming in from arcade, as you mentioned, that's something that Fancy will do. That's the kind of play that you would have to expect and be ready for, but that you could fight it out alone, you would always be overwhelmed. But right now, with Fancy United having a full buy coming through, the setup is going to be very crucial. This time, they're looking forward to a B main aggression, whereas the Spike is intending to make its way towards A, with Frosty Z leading the charge and maybe some dish push coming through from the fade.
Very
Look at the
interesting.
quick smoke.
Yeah, very interesting default setup from Todak right here, mocking the drop push and waiting for a reaction to be able to push into sides. So they see the smoke towards B main and they're instantly like, hey, nobody detected in the drop haunt. The push is B main. It means an easy A side take for us, and they're gonna be happy with this despite losing one member, because this is their bonus. They've got the plant, and now they can focus on damaging Fancy's economy.
Frost Easy is going to be crucial. Sneaked up, spots one, but the flash timing is so good. Jeed helps him out and takes and doubles down. Fisho has a Vandal. Does take one. Wukong making life even more difficult as he picks up Frost Easy, but right now Fisho, can he come out of the spawn? Yes, says Nizzy. But Kale, the last man surviving, hiding near the drop, does get one, but that's all was written. But look at the amount of weapons that were dropped. So Todak, even though they did not win the round, they kind of feel comfortable with this victory on economy.
Yeah, there's a silver lining to this loss for Todak Esports. Getting 3 weapons off of Fancy United will give them a significant weaponry and economical advantage heading into the next round. But Fancy don't care. Fancy will be like, it's okay, we'll pick up Spectres, we'll come hunt you down and take your own weapons.
Yes, I can is the only person who doesn't have anything to right now play with, but as you rightly said, Fancy will be looking forward to hunting, and finally he gets the Spectre as well. Todak, they have to get a read on this, that Fancy will intentionally give you space in one of the sides and then push you on the other. And this time it looks to be a dish push.
Fancy this time looking for a crunch from both Dish and Arcade, and Kale has to instantly TP out, worrying about his life as he runs down, hoping that he does not set up a crashes moment. That's what I like to call it in that zip line down from Black Shiba. On the other hand, that crunch did mean that Todak were not able to push into this A site with the backup immediately coming through from drop. So Fancy reset their positions onto site, and Todak getting pushed away from the other side of the map, now stuck as a 5-man unit towards this A site, waiting for the right moment to execute.
They had a plan to push up, but that Molly and the smoke all denied it, and now they're figuring out what to do. Yes, their intention is still a hit, but it's going to be a tough brawler to check, which should give away that there's somebody holding it out. Frost Easy to destroy it, and nobody to go for a peek and a duel. In the meantime, there's still an arcade hold and a B main hold coming in from their race as well as the breach. Fancy United, they're not going in aggressive this time. They thought arcade and a dish push. If they find something that works, benefits them, let it work. Otherwise, we're not going to be pushing out. Now with the Molly lost, Frosties is looking forward to making his move. He sends out a relay bolt, but he's running around with the high gear and gets punished for it.
A really interesting setup because they try to fake their presence into A. They pull the rotations, and yes, I can. In the last moment, when he realizes it's a fake, gets caught out by Todak. Beautifully played as they make Fancy United dance around through their mind games. Fancy, they pulled a couple kills back of their own by taking down the Neon, and now with Fisher finding another, making it a 3v3 retake and trying to move in aggressively. They found the site, they're looking for the defuse, but they're gonna have to clear off both tower and arcade first, and with the C's coming through, the paranoia set in their minds, no audio cues for them, they get shut down. The fault line and the aftershock to combo with me, putting Nizzy in a nigh impossible situation. He's got a player coming in from tower, and he's got a player to focus on in B main. Revealed by the haunt, and the only thing that Nizzy is worried about is how he can survive with this weapon.
Enough time being exhausted, it's going to be Todak with another round in there.
Oh my.
Okay, they'll be more than happy with this.
Yeah, and what a beautiful fake, right? They use the visual disruption of the neon wall combined with committing that breach ultimate towards Sand to pull multiple rotations, and that allows Kale to spot one out, get Yes I Can just coming back on the rotation. Yes I Can going towards the defender sides. One turned around for 1 second as he realized, oh no, it's a fake, and that is the exact moment he died. So Todak showing up, not just with the cleanliness in terms of the clarity in terms of their play, but also in terms of the mind games. We'll have Fancy now wondering, what can we do?
No, right now look at the scale. If he walks and enters the tower, there's a shorty waiting. But if he waits long enough, there's already a backstab coming in. It's an entire 3-man push, and Jin is ready for it. The timing, Kale will be caught and he'll be put down. Unfortunate, but in the meantime, there's a quick B-sided execute also coming in. But the ultimate already being popped. Wukong finds the advantage on it. And now G, he's trying to fight with it, but Jin is already here with his ultimate. Kale to create it out, but it is unnecessary at this point. It's all lost, all hopes down the vein. And the round is done.
The Rolling Thunder committed as well. Fancy United, they want this round and they're
They want it pretty
creative.
bad.
Yeah, they want it pretty bad, but their creative, innovative pushes is what is getting it them for them in the bag. Sabe with just 70 HP and a dream. A dream to try and pull off this round, but I think that's all it's going to be. Wukong very much
Mhm.
aware of this push in. Spots Sabe's shoulder and not even going to peek. Love the discipline here.
There's nothing that he can do. I mean, just try to drop a couple of weapons at max. The fall line is there, and yes, he does on Nizzy. Now he's still looking forward to competing with these players, but the swing comes in from Wukong, and that's a round being converted from Fancy. Not just a round, that's a thrifty being pulled out in their favor. So they'll be happy with that. But seeing these kind of plays being made from Fancy United, you kind of question, like, what kind of move is this? Like, what kind of a setup is this? How would you kind of try to battle it? Just imagine over there, if even Kale thought of trying to fight with it, there were 3 players pushing up. He would have been traded out, and there's no second trade coming in or a positive trade coming in from Todak. So, Todak, a lot of questions to kind of ask themselves on how to counter Fancy United. Fancy United, having the economy, will have a full buy, whereas compared to Todak and Eco.
And look at this, the B main smoke once again tells Fancy it's a B main push, and they tells Todak that they can immediately respond with the plant down in A site. Now this is the eco round for Todak, but with the plant done for A main, very much a possibility to try and pull off this round on the post plant. It all comes down to the flank, Lucifer. They gotta shut down this flank.
DC takes down Sube. That's the breach lost, which makes life even more difficult. No more flashes. Jin right on the face of Kale takes him down. Now Cheat, Frost Easy, as well as Chamber, all pushed into side because they're crunched from every direction. And he also falls on top of the site. That's another round here. Fancy, close it and make it an even Steven.
When I saw Frosty Z, scrambling like that, the only thing playing in my mind was the Nike commercial, Run. And you can see him just running. It's like, guys, they're coming, run, run, run. And he runs into the hands of Fancy United. Fair enough, he didn't have the weapons to fight that battle, but they have everything they need now in terms of resources. Todak, 5 ultimates available, and every single one of them able to translate around. So hopefully they're going to look to use a combo of ultimates in the respective rounds to pull it off. As Kale starts us off with the Tour de Force, but immediately Jin be like, nah, move away, bro. You're not gonna get to take a shot at me.
Oh my god,
Wow.
look at the amount of commitment. They cleared one entire side of an attacker spawn.
Fancy United, oh so aggressive. As soon as they clear out that, they immediately reset back into position, get ready for the retake. For Todak, this time they're better off. They've adapted. They understand that they can't just sit in sight and wait, so they're pushing in aggressively themselves. But despite the rolling thunder, Jins finds Frosty Z, and just like that, Todak might just crumble. They have got themselves some space in defender's side spawn. Now they've got to get back to site and deny the diffuse.
They is buying them time as much as they want, and look at this, it's all up
No,
to him
sorry.
right now. He spotted, whiffs the shot, but Jeed is playing on the ultimate. Wukong wants to deny that. Kale takes down Jin, the ultimate out, making sure there's no defuse sneakily happening in. But look at this, I think there should be enough time bought right now to get that round.
Yep.
Fancy, a great try coming in, but looks like no, it was not enough.
Yeah, it is. Should
Ah, Fancy, get the round still. The orbital strike was not enough at all.
Fancy, a couple of seconds to spare. They will be able to get the round. Just, I think right now, Todak, it's not even like they're doing anything wrong. It's just the sheer pace at which Fancy play. It's not one
Yeah.
you can prepare for. It's not one you get to scrim against regularly. And you can see Frosty Z be like, bro, I need a minute, man. This is too fast. And I'm playing Neon. This is too fast.
Exactly. He's not been able to do anything as of now. One round, yes, he sold a fake, and a brilliant execution was done from his team on the other side. But after that, it's still that he has not been like that unchained monster that we generally see, and which we have already seen from him on the attacking end. With already 7 rounds done and with just 5 to spare, Frosty's like, guys, have still not gotten my flow, have still not gotten into my groove.
That's the thing, right? If you're playing Neon and the opposite team doesn't have a Neon, You're fully expecting you to be the fast team, you to be dictating
Yes.
how quick you can go. But when Fancy United press hard W like that, you're suddenly questioning, like, wait, they are faster than me without a neon? Huh?
And they're planning kind of a setup of where they're pushing from both the directions, right?
Yep.
That's the huge crunch for Todak. They would have to give up a position of the attacker spawn and then to figure out a new strategy. They are unable to fight in any direction in a proper manner. Now, with a broken buy with just one Vandal to work with, Todak are figuring out something. This time, Fancy say, let's just keep our calm and composed gameplay, not running in. Nizzy just picks up the ult top and backs off at Dish.
Look at this. Fancy realizing that after the timeout, Todak is going to be expecting aggression, expecting pushes, so they switch off
Yes.
the tempo. They're happy to play passively on site this time, just like their pistol, setting up traps, waiting for Todak to come in, and this trap might just be successful because Todak, slowly but surely, they're inching in towards drop, and Yes I Can has his fault line aimed exactly there. One fault line with a paint shell towards a drop area, and that would be a bloodbath down at drop.
It's going to be too tough. They're walking right into a big trap here. Even if somebody gets to the side, there's still sand which a player is already playing and they've smoke it off. And the fast lane coming in. The fall lane is going to be good, but still FrostyZ enters the site. He's trying to push up main. He should be looking to the kill. He does, but then the boombot right on his face jumps, and this is the sand position that I was worried about. Nizzy cleans everybody up, and by the time Kale could even make his way to A, they've lost the spike. They've lost all the 4 players, and Kale, the one man who had a Vandal, still has it, but no more in terms of his teammates.
Kale with the Vandal and a Dream. That's all it will be. A 1-for-1 easy trade picked off for Fancy as they are now starting to really get into the driver's seat. They're controlling the way this match goes, whether it is extremely aggressive or smart and passive with their traps. Todak starting to look a little flustered, not able to decide the tempo of the match, and alarmingly so on their attacking side, which is where they look their strongest. So imagine this aggression from Fancy, this tempo control from Fancy when they go onto the attack. Todak's bound to be terrified.
Yeah, it's just going to be unimaginable of what we can see
Oh,
up on
no.
attack. And again the aggression, and this time most of the players will be trapped. They're running for their life at this point. Even the Nightfall to come out, and somehow they manage to scrape their way towards the other end of the attacker spawn.
And Fisher spots them out. But Jin's already there from the backup from A main. Fisher holding down stand, and Todak, they have nowhere to go. They can't plant without clearing off A main. They can't go for an open plant without clearing off Fisher. So Todak in a very difficult position right now. But they will be able to get the plant down. Fisher playing it smart and disciplined, waiting for his team to come through before they go for the retake, utilizing their man advantage to the max. Is a duelist coming in from A-man as the rest of the team pushes in, but his Kale finds the first pick but is not able to slow down the bleeding.
Enemy remaining.
The duelist pushing in from A-main, clear out house, and just like that, Fancy they'll pick up another round.
How at all times they gave them enough space to position themselves, and Fancy knew where they could play, and from there on they just started jumping across. And the moment they found the first kill even at ropes, where Todak could have thought, okay, we got at least something to kind of get back into the game, everybody jump in. It's not like one person from Fancy backs off. They're like, oh wait, there's somebody at sand, we should back off, we should slow down. No, all guns in. They jump upon everybody from Todak, and they helter-skelter looking forward to a direction where they can find one proper player and have a safe angle for themselves. Never happens for Todak. Another round being lost. Fancy still looking in a huge command here, and this time they're just doing a beam in aggression. Thankfully, Todak will be happy about it as they're taking arcade control.
They have to take arcade control and go into defender side spawn, because if they head towards site, they're going to be crunched in from B main, and that's exactly what happens. For a second, Todak hesitate. For a second, Todak think what to do, and Fancy's like, think? No, we will kill you if you think. Don't you dare stand. But Sabi actually comes up huge, finds a double, and turns the tables around into a 1v2. Yes, I can. Position was unknown, but not for long. Now being revealed, gets shut down, and Sabe coming up huge to pull a round out of the hat for Todak. That was going all wrong for Todak, but Sabe with the 2K clearing up so much space.
Super crucial was that play being done from Sabe and then Kale also coming in. If that did not happen, Sabe would have fallen apart and then we wouldn't have seen a 1v2 situation. It would have been a 1v1 which could have swung either way. Todak somehow managed to kind of hold themselves up, but as you said, even thinking for a slight second whether we should hit defend or spawn made them pay a heavy price before getting the round.
At this point though, Todak will be happy to pay any price as long as they're able
Yes.
to get rounds in the bag. This time Fancy United with a crunch towards the northern side spawn, trying to get something done, but immediately Frosty Z escapes on out of there, and now slowing things down. They're looking for an A hit, but slowing things down allows Fancy to come back and set up for the defense on this A side. And that's exactly what they're gonna do. But Frosty Z moving in, will find Jin, will find Nizzy, but Jin's immediately there for the backup, finds the 2K on his run it back.
That's an ultimate that you had to fight and you also lost to it, and 2 players. It's made light difficult, and look at this. They've farmed an ult top, and right now Fancy United have a rolling thunder and they're all pushing from where? From A main to hold this off. And look at that, the fault line comes and Fisher immediately opens the trap door. It is just falling, even though the fault line was not connected. Now it's all up to Subi again to pull off a miracle here. Does not work, and with 3K, Jin closes with a 7-4 here with 1 more round to go. Fancy United still look comfortably in the driver's seat.
7-4 in the lead, and the orbital strike, the rolling thunder, and the showstopper available. I am thinking that we're going to see an extremely aggressive crunch once again as they look to utilize that showstopper early. I don't see Fancy as a team that fancies a retake with these ultimates.
It should be a B main aggression, right? Look at that.
Yeah,
They're already
there
setting
you
it
go.
up. A smoke and immediate blast pack. And I think this is the first time I've seen that Raze is being used so well on the defense.
Yep.
And what a way to play together.
Todak trying to mark aggression on multiple angles, but this time Fancy, they're changing up the way they look for this B-main aggression. The crunch comes in, but Jeet, he finds one, makes that a 2, and immediately sets up the orbital strike to set up, clear out his back. Jeet being able to clear it out. The one-man army, the Brimstone coming up huge, allows Todak to now set themselves up for this A-side post plant with the rolling thunder in their favor this time.
Oh, it hits pretty bad and now slows things down. Sube capitalizes, looking to do a lot more. Gets the second, he's looking to the last. That's going to be Nizzy. And a huge price to pay for Fancy for changing one small thing. I don't think they will be getting this in a 8-4 half. It is a comfortable 7-5 where at least Todak have 2 rounds. The one thing that they changed here, CA, was sending the Brimstone towards A main and then the Breach towards B main where they had to push. And every other time that they used the Brimstone at B main, smoked off the entrance, they always had the advantage, right? They always got that B lobby under control.
Yeah, and what is even more interesting is Jin with that wall cutting off the angle from the B main push towards A main allowed Jeet to play around the wall, right? Where he was able to isolate the players towards A main in Jin and his body and force the fight over there, not really focus towards Wukong and the squad coming in from B main, thus causing a separation. Jin inadvertently helped out Jeet for a little bit, but beautifully played by Jeet there, even pulling out the orbital strike immediately to cover his back so that he could run into sight. Todak, they pick up that 5th round and now 7-5 on the board. I can't say things will necessarily get better here for Todak because Fancy, they will be moving on to the attacking side where you can only imagine that they're going to get more agency to play aggressively.
I hope Todak figures something out here because their defense hasn't worked out when we saw them on Fracture previously, and now Frosty's is sitting back with just 5 kills after attack is done is something that I'm very worried for them. But this is the thing I spoke about. Jeet being there for the team, then immediately capitalizing, but unfortunately Fisher changing his position on the Brimstone to commit towards A main. I think that's where a little bit of an iffy decision was made from Fans United. Otherwise, it should have been them kind of getting that entire attacker spawn control towards B main and A main, and then maybe kind of going in for a quick retake. But that rolling thunder from the opposite is also coming in. Before Fancy could do anything, it all just fell apart. But now with just 2 seconds on the clock, it's Fancy United, the aggression that they showed us on defense, to come alive on attack.
We'll have to see. Maybe Todak can set the right traps, make the right plays to hold on in defense, and it's exactly that. Frosty Z using that stun to perfection to pick up first blood, and now forcing Fancy away from this A side into the hands of Kale. Fancy trying to push in. They force Kale back. They have no idea that the Fade Kale part 2 is waiting for them in Canteen. It's gonna be Jin pushing in, but Kale falls asleep. Maybe with the crosshair, Jin with the flick takes him down.
Spike planted, 4v4 situation still doable here for Todak, but Frosty Z caught with a reload and they just punish him. And Fisio finds one on KL. Now it's getting even more difficult. Two players committing towards B main as they're getting into side as well, but G trying to keep a check off main. They're just spamming him in through the smoke is where he will find his end, along with Fisio taking down Sube. And that is Fancy United already with the pistol round, which will put them already on a little bit of a jump start where they get the anti-eco by advantage. And look at the buy, where we generally see one Vandal. This time it's a Vandal twice and then a Phantom also in the mix. Who would have thought?
They did this exactly so in their match yesterday as well, right? Like, this is not a team that holds back. I mean, we've seen that already today. They are all guns blazing. They will put the pedal to the metal, and it makes sense in their anti-eco. They want the Vandals, they want the Phantoms, and I really like it because it's two Ghosts paired up with the Vandals and Phantoms. So even if you lose a couple weapons, you carry over those 3 rifles into the buy round, where you effectively now have a full buy round instead of the bonus in itself. So interesting setup from Fancy right here. And again, love the way they're playing out the anti-eco, waiting for the aggression while they collect those ult ops on Jin, and that run it back so close to coming online already.
He's gotten it twice on the first half on defense, so not a lot for him to kind of be completely active, but attack is where the Phoenix with the run it back can flourish and cause a lot in terms of the trouble. And if they keep giving him those ultobs and kills as well, he's going to be using it multiple times. But right now for him to use it is just 5 times to get 5 rounds, and that's done for. But look at what Fancy are deciding. They're actually going in for a hit after farming the orbs at B.
Oh, and they have no idea. There is 3-man setup from Todak right here. The stun comes in, and even though Jin finds one, that's a 1-for-1 trade with the Vandal recovered for Todak, having taken down Fisio.
30 seconds left.
Now this Vandal might just come clutch for Todak right here in this 3v3 retake if they're able to use it appropriately. Fancy, they understand that this Vandal might be an issue, so they're keeping their aggression on. They're taking defender side spawn control, and they're going to look to flank it to sand.
Aftershock ready from SICAN to keep them at bay. Oh, the spam works brilliantly. Yes, I can damage a lot. Aftershock doesn't find anything, but Sube finds one. Yes, but Wukong, who had creeped across ropes, does find that, and now making life even more difficult. But look at the plan. This is not going to be an easy defuse that Todak will be able to pull off. Frosty looking forward to cover as he's trying to stick. The haunt will be destroyed. Frosty finds one, and Nizzy finds both as a 3k rolls in for him to close and clutch the round. 9-5, where I thought maybe Todak has it under control, but that swing and the timing, the contact play coming in from Fancy, which they were ready for, gives them the round.
Yeah, but Todak is going to be extremely happy with that round at the end of the day. I mean, while they would have liked to clutch it out, 2 Vandals taken away, that's effectively almost 4 Spectres worth of damage, or 3.5 Spectres worth of damage, right? So in that way, they've denied Fancy the bonus. As you can see, Fancy with the full upgrades now. And despite that, it's Todak with the advantage since it's their full buy round. So this round, absolutely crucial for Todak. Not only do they need the win so that they can reduce the round deficit, but they need the economy so they can get their hands on an operator ASAP and use that operator as an anchor. Because they Fancy, they don't give a damn. They have the run it back, and they're going to move in aggressively onto this B side for the plant. But we've seen this from Todak before. They're very willing to give up the side to play on the retake. But let's see, can they retake against this aggressive squad of Fancy? Because Fancy don't stop just because they've got the side.
SICAN has a read towards B main, But in the meantime, there's also an arcade push coming in from Frost Easy as well as the Fade where GD is already holding it. It's all about the timing, but look at the push coming in from Tower. It's all about the timing where they can find a lot more, but Wukong doesn't, but his teammates are already there. Fishu and SI can make a lot in terms of the damage, and Nizzy follows his Prowler to find an easy kill on Sube. Now it's all up to Kale, who does win out on a duel with SI can, but that's just one for him, and there is no other teammate or even economy available, so he cannot risk it. He calls for a save, and with no time left as well, that is another round where Fancy capitalized with a double digit.
They're hunting, man. Look at them. They're not willing to just take the round. They want everything.
Yes.
Did not find Kill though, so he will be able to get his weapon. But that's another buy round loss for Todak, and things are starting to look especially dire in their situation. 10-5 on the board, make that 11-5 effectively on this. They're able to pull off a miraculous Thrifty. But Fancy United, on the other hand, look at the way their ultimates are set up. They're 1 point away from Rolling Thunder, 1 point away from the Orbital Strike, and by the time you end up using those, you'll probably have the run back again. So just ult on ult on ult, overwhelming Todak in a way where they can't answer.
Now look at this, Todak are planning something the way that Fancy were trying to do, but it's coming in from one direction, whereas Fancy had a double-pronged approach. But right now, they're walking into two players, Jin and SI can. They're just trying to spray him down. Jin finds two. Kale and G do double down, get the spike carrier, have a chance to recover the weapon, but Fisho, he punishes. But look at Kale, as a Vandal picks up one, he's looking for another one. Brawler comes first, he's able to destroy that. He needs to win this duel. The seize and the swing, it's not there. They're trying to double swing him, and yes, they get Nizzy out. The orbital strike helps Fisho to recover the spike and is running all the way to A, which Todak already have a read on.
It's all because of that trademark setup on B side. They know he couldn't have gone into arcade since that's where Todak was holding. They know he couldn't have gone into B main because that's where the trap was. So they instantly read that he's come up towards his A side, and they're ready before he even sets up the plant. Plant now going down. But Fishu,
What?
He picks it, pulls out one, but is not able to find the second. The one Vandal saved by Kale comes up huge. He finds a 3k and secures a Thrifty for Todak, keeps them alive in this matchup.
That was so close, and both of them timing their jump together, but still, for Fisio to find one was just insane. I was worried that 1v1 duel could have actually gone out of Todak's hand. But kudos to Kale to keep it up, and with the 3k, as you said, to get the team a little bit afloat. Because otherwise I felt like if they lost that, they were just one step away from reaching match point, and then Fancy would have looked forward to closing it. Back again here with the buy, Todak will be comfortable with the weapons that they have. Fancy, not going to be the same case we can say about them.
Out of range. Out of range.
Fancy United now. With a broken buy, an eco basically. They've got ultimates that they're not scared to use to get these rounds as long as they're able to actually get weapons in the first place. Todak acknowledging that they've got the better weapons, playing it much more passively, waiting for Fancy to come in, so not giving them the opportunity to pick up the weapons. Should be a comfortable round picked up for Todak, but we've seen Fancy United pull out bigger rabbits out of their hats, so we'll see what they can inspire this time around.
Teleport's ready.
They've not made something unique here, slowly trying to walk up in, but look at the spike. It's still not made its way in. Two players holding towards A. Very crucial on contact, and Kale, who was already just 20 HP. He just falls. Now it's all up to Sube to buy time as much as he can as his teammates come closer, but look at what Nizzy does. Being smart. The angle of smoke gets closer, picks up the Vandal, and now makes life even more difficult for Todak. And four people push up, and Nizzy is able to capitalize on two of them. The Rolling Thunder hits, and SICAN wanted to capitalize, but he doesn't. Wukong picks it up, and now Jin puts an in and brings that Thrifty back home for Fancy United and answer them, telling that you're not the only ones to pick a Thrifty.
I mean, I told you, man. Fancy have pulled out bigger rabbits, and they do exactly that. Yes, I can leading the charge on the breach with his Soul Guardian, finding that initial kill to open up the site, and then Nizzy coming up huge, like you mentioned, picking up that Vandal and finding a 2k to delay the retake for so long. They commit the Rolling Thunder as well. They pick up the round, and now 11-6, they've broken Todak's economy once again. And this time, look at this is what I talked about. They just use the rolling thunder. They've got the running back online. This time, they can continue to play fast on the basis of these ultimates.
Now they've tried to sell a fake with the brimstone smoke as Fancy always tried to do towards B main. And Fancy, yes, they were a little bit rattled, and you can see they've just left that B lobby alone without contesting it. In the same time, A main is also not been completely taken control of from Fancy United. They're slowly walking across. Kale has his third force. Now, it should be a good one if he finds at least one kill, which will again give Todak an advantage, but Jin making life difficult with his run it back. He's already pushing up, and now they're all worried. He enters site, and immediately Case gives up, but Frost Easy falls.
Oh, in a small gap! Shows the tour the force of Kale. Nizzy picks him out, and just like that, Todak, they are crumbling, and Fancy, they are pouncing. They're like the wolves in the night, waiting for a whiff of fear, a whiff of blood. And the minute they get that whiff, they just bounce and they make their prey fear. Fancy, match point now, looking to finish off an outstanding stomp on Todak. And man, I have to say, like, this is no fault of Todak. Fancy are just
Yeah.
at a pace of their own.
They're commanding the entire game. I mean, there have been rounds that we've seen Todak get, but they're just here and there round. It's not something that they have dominantly said that this is a round, this is a site we want. It has never been the case. This has got to hurt Todak a lot in terms of their mental as well. Especially knowing that they have taken down Fancy United previously on Fracture, and now to lose it in such a manner. Round started here. One last chance for Todak to save themselves. Nightfall already used, but Jin, look at him, no fear, and Wukong immediately pushes from arcade, takes Kyle down, and that looks like it's done for. The site has been given up.
For Fancy, they don't just want this side, they want it all. Push it to defend the side spawn, shut down Kale. They're not even gonna give the opportunity to Todak to use their rolling thunder to try for the retake. They shut down Subway, and now with the showstopper, they're looking for more, but it's actually Fishio who's able to get the trade. The showstopper now not finding much because Frosty Z, he's all the way in arcade. A man with a dream in a 1v4, but not much opportunity to be able to pull off the save. The paint shell to force him out. He gets a 2k with the slide, but that's all it's gonna be as Fancy United find cold, sweet revenge on Fracture and take down Todak 13-6.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. That was a game entirely written in Fancy's name. There was nothing that we saw that Todak did, or I feel like something that we have a chance to talk about. There's one round still I do want to give them credit for, where Kale and Sube played really well. The arcade and the B main, I would say, duo combo which came in. I mean, it was maybe not intentional, but it was timed perfect. But Fancy, anything that they made worked out. There was not even once we felt like Fancy United failed in a strategy that they pulled out of their hats and then lost it all. It never was that situation.
Yeah, and really at this point, for Fancy United, they made a statement to every other team where they think, of course, Naos was able to take them down, and rightfully so. Made in Thailand now wondering, bro. We thought we were aggressive. What is this? What is this coming out from Fancy? This is aggressive is an understatement.
Yes, I agree to that. I don't know. We have to find out a new word here for Fancy United, or just call it, oh, this is a Fancy being pulled out.
Yeah, fair enough. They're just hell bent on finding their fights when they want it and making their opponents pay. And they did so beautifully on this map of Fracture, picking up a 13-6 win and really refreshing their chances of qualification through their group. Now 1-1 on the board. Not just tied with Made in Thailand in terms of the scoreline, but ahead of them in terms of the round difference with a better win in terms of that 13-6. So Fancy, they're going to be ecstatic with today's result and with the way their roster is turning out now, with the players like Jin and Wukong coming in, showing off their firepower.
I'm worried for Group B right now. After seeing this, I mean, we needed a little bit of a start for Fancy United. Yesterday's match, yes, was a start, but a disappointment for them. So they were not happy about it. And today, they come out, show what we've got and what we need to make a statement for. And we need to stand as Fancy United, becoming
Yeah.
the showstoppers and get to the tabletop as soon as possible. I mean, right as of now, it might look difficult for them, but after this victory, everybody will for sure be worried. I mean, to pull off a double duelist where we have seen Raze not function very well on Fracture, making it function so good, and then still finding value and pushing so many times, understanding Fracture has so many weak spots and anybody can push it from any position. Fancy said, "Oh, there are weak spots. We'll make it strongholds and push out and figure out how the entire like map plays in our hands, nowhere else." Quickly jumping in the highlights for all the viewers to see the amazing moments that came out from Fancy United, especially, and the duels that they were able to take. Look at Jin. There was not a second of fear that I saw from Jin's end, or anybody for the matter of fact coming in from Fancy United. They were never worried to take a duel.
Jin perfectly showing the personality of the agent he plays, just gives no damn, says, take a seat, baby. I got this. Pulls off fight after fight with no abandon every single time, finding the space for his team. And you can see, it started off looking quite even, where Todak had the opportunity to slow Fancy down in multiple rounds. They did, but the more rounds we got into, the faster Fancy got, and you can see the bigger the rounds got in terms of how easy it was for Fancy to close it off. Having said that, Todak most definitely gave a fight, but when it came to the defensive half, that's where we've seen Todak not be as strong as their attack before, and Fancy that much stronger. They took over.
There's one thing that you said I really liked is Fancy. Yes, you might have seen that Todak tried to control the speed or at least match up to it, but always Fancy were able to kick it up a notch.
Yeah.
They were always doing it every round once they felt like maybe Todak have a read or maybe Todak have a play here, understood for her speed. But coming to the next half, there was nothing that we saw coming in from Todak. One round is all they got after the 7-5 split for a 13-6 scoreline. Imagine for that to be the case. Even in situations where the weapons were better for Todak, it was still Fancy United winning it off.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the only round that Todak did end up getting was a thrifty, pulled off on the back of this exact huge 2K, pulled off from KL. So clearly, when you're playing against Fancy United, you either need to be an extremely well-structured, rounded team like Naos, able to deny them as a team, adapt to their gameplay, and punish their aggression, or you need pop-off performances to just shut them down and really pull down their confidence. So I think the second option we haven't really seen come into play yet, and I'm not sure if you can pull down the confidence of this team in Fancy United, because they just don't give a damn. They don't give two hoots about who's playing in front of them. They're going to play their style, and I love that about them.
Yeah, and I think that also works as a team that they're trying to push up, right? The confidence that they have, where if they decide to push, their entire team is pushing together, but they don't push from one small narrow pathway. They push from two directions and always take a two-pronged approach, which works out for Fancy United. And you can see this time might not be a 30 bomber for Jin, but still 20 kills, and then being helped with Nizzy as well, because Nizzy, I felt like in a couple of rounds where Todak had the upper hand, Nizzy stepped up, especially in a couple of rounds where he was sneakily hiding in sand.
Yeah, exactly. And in that regard, I'm really excited to see how this Fancy roster keeps developing throughout this tournament and how Todak do rally back. Because remember, despite this loss, Todak and Fancy are tied in terms of the total wins and losses. Todak with one win and one loss, Fancy as well with one win and one loss. But the difference being, Fancy have already faced off the group leaders in Naos and Todak have not. So for Todak to qualify, they're going to have to take off the Naos that is in extreme form right now. And that will be one hell of a match for sure.
That's going to be a tough. Fancy after facing off Naos and then coming to a spot like this and a form like this, and then Todak still have to face off the table toppers. I'm worried, but it's something to watch out for. It's not like Todak don't have it, but today we saw Frosteasy did not have his game at all. I mean, there was no form on attack. They even let him enable himself as that Neon, and as you he was the Neon. He should have been the fastest agent or player in that map, but it never felt like that. The entire Fancy United team felt like they were faster than that Neon. But with this done, there's one match that every viewer here is waiting for as we jump into the schedule. LVR versus South Built. It looks like giants clashing here. Who will come out on top of this fight?
And this is a crucial one for LVR because
Mm-hmm.
they've already lost the bleed. If they lose this one against South Built, that might just be the end of their group stage unless South Built and Bleed drop their games. They effectively lose
Yes.
control uh, from in terms of qualification from their own hands, and they're gonna have to hope for losses from other teams. So for LVR, this win effectively decides whether or not they can maintain control of their qualification chances in their own hands, and that's why it is oh so exciting. And I'm really glad it's our last match of the day because that
Yes.
allows us to end off with a blockbuster.
Oh yes, it's going to be a high note when we end up seeing both these teams fight it on, and how far it will go, what extent these teams will be fighting on, because both South Built as well as LVR have a discipline and also that wait approach, that passive approach, that they don't go for an overcommitment, right? South Built
Yeah.
are composed in that way. LVR have shown how well they are strategized in terms of making sure that even though it's a 1v5 situation, they still make sure they don't want to lose any players or any bodies or even the weapons. So this is going to be a tough one, even for us to kind of comprehend and decide what can happen, and also for the teams itself to figure out what is the best way forward, and also for the best meta to come out on whichever map that these two giants decide to duel on.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be a hell of a affair for us to witness. But capping off today, we've seen Bleed pull off a stomp and Naos
Hmm.
establish themselves. Bleed and Naos respectively topping their group now, looking like the teams that are likely to qualify as the number one seeds from their group, leaving the number two to be fought out for. In this recent match, we saw Todak and Fancy United, two of the teams that are fighting for that two spot, duke it out against each other with Fancy coming out on top. So Todak is sure to go back to the drawing board and look to come back resurgent, trying to establish their claim to the second seed.
It's going to be a tough one for Todak, especially after
Yeah.
what just happened in terms of them unable to do anything. They were just scrapping for rounds here and there. They found it. They were like, okay, we found something. But I'm pretty sure after the game, as you rightly said, they will be going back to their whiteboard, looking forward to what could have been done better. How should we have actually slowed the side of Fancy United? And I'm pretty sure this is a wake up call for every other team in Group B to figure out a way to stop Fancy United. While they are figuring that out, and while we are figuring and waiting out for South Build and as well as LVR, we'll take a short break. So don't go anywhere. See you after the short break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to one last match of the day here in the Skyesports SEA Championship, presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse, official VCT off-season event. Interesting day so far, but right now, one brilliant matchup here we have on our cards.
Yeah, we got LVR versus SBE South Built Esports coming up next, and it's going to be a really exciting one because just to remind our viewers of the stakes, LVR were taken down by Bleed yesterday, and the way the standings are right now, you've got Bleed and South Built both with 2 wins each on the top,
Yes.
and then you've got LVR trying to contend against them. So, given the nature of the tiebreakers, which is head to head first, since they've already lost the Bleed, if they lose to South Built as well, it basically is the end of their journey in the groups unless
True.
South Built or Blade drop maps later on. So they need this win.
Yeah. LVR need to find a way to immediately get this under control, which I feel like is possible. But again, we were talking about the friends versus having a bigger, I would say, yourself where you have a lot more to work on, a lot of more of resources to play around with. I think that has worked out for a couple of teams to take down LVR, but let's see if it works here for South Build, because yes, South Build have shown us what they've got, how well they've built, and everybody they've faced, they've won it. I mean, yes, not completely like astounding victories that they've had. They had tough games. Everybody tried to deal with them. But then when South Built had to close, they did close it. So close games, I'm expecting a closer one here against LVR.
Absolutely. And in terms of that, let's have a look at the roster of South Built Esports that we're going to see come into play. Aziz, Flippy, Ja, Papichulo, and Pro. And a roster that we've previously seen pull off win after win. So they'll be looking to continue the momentum.
Just like we were seeing Kakarot, right? Who was that initiator doing numerous things, and especially both with his skills and assists. I feel like Papichulo is going to be one of those players who will be looking out for South Build of what he's going to be bringing into the plate. But this was the South Build roster. We'll be looking at LVR's roster, where we know they are friends, and how these friends play together, the composure that they've shown by just being friends is commendable. See, like tenfolds commendable, because for friends to have this kind of a composure and discipline all together. For example, yesterday night when we were playing, we did not have that. We were individually running to try and fight with players and get kills, and eventually got destroyed. So let's see what LVR have in bag again as we jump into the map veto to see which is going to be the last map for the day.
Ooh. Last time around, we saw South Built on Haven, and it looks like we're gonna go back to that map, Lucifer. LVR, though, for them, this will be the first time we see them playing Haven, so I'm excited to see what kind of setup we see from LVR coming on around.
Interesting. This is going to be a good game, and games like this where we expect it to be close, Haven is a good map to play on, because it does help you to do a lot more stuff than your standard two sites. So I feel like Haven being on cards right now enables both LVR to do something unique and play on fakes and many other strategies and unique stuffs that they want to pull out of their hats. Southworld on the other end as well goes for them to be either aggressive, play passive, or whatever they want, but they're starting on defense, so they have to figure out of how this defense will play out for them, because we've seen numerous times that defense is something that teams are still trying to figure out. So it's going to be an interesting face off between these two of whose defense is going to be better. South built, on their name itself, it looks like they've built really well, but LVR, they never look forward to like forcing duels. They wait for the duels, and when the duels are forced upon them, they stand tall on top of it. So it's going to be a very interesting fight between these two.
Yeah, and I absolutely loved LVR's prep work on the map of Ascent, the comp, the way we saw it being played, the number of micro plays and traps they had set for Bleed. It took Bleed out for a second. It really made them bleed, and it showed LVR's capability to stand up against the best of the best teams in this Group A. Now they've got to do exactly that and take down South Built so they can tie themselves up with South Built in the standings. And I'm curious to see what kind of composition Redco's got cooked up for his squad. It's sure to be an interesting one because LVR, they always bring some innovative things to the table.
Agreed. There's something that we want to see unique, and I think the whole day we didn't talk about this agent that we are expecting from day one is Harbour. I know it's Haven,
Uh,
but I still want to see him in the mix somewhere down the line if somebody brings it. But talking about these two teams in itself, when they fought against previously, it was once, and it was South Built who came on top. So it was a clean victory for them. There was no third map in the best of three that they played. So here for LVR, it is kind of a redemption for which they're trying to fight with for a long time, which just happened, right? Fans United, we were talking about their face off against Todak on Fracture. They had faced the loss, but right now showing that victory and in such a dominating fashion to be delivered, I feel like the same thing can be done here in the best of one, where maybe LVR look very prepared against South Built.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm sure Redco will be disappointed after the loss against Bleed just the other day. So it'll make the entirety of LVR as well as the team that much more hungry to find this win against Southbelt, as well as combined with the stakes that we have on the table, which is the qualification, of course. So we'll have to see what kind of new cool things they have up the table, but we won't have to wait for much longer. So let's head on over towards the agent selection and see what composition LVR is going to be running. Very standard, actually. Just the oldest composition in the book. You got the Breed Sova with the Cypher for Redco pulling off for LVR, and very similar for South Build, just that race, just like we saw yesterday.
I was thinking maybe we would end up seeing a double duelist just as we started the day off, looking at LVR stats and their playstyles. But as you said, we're going to be seeing the meta, the good old one, where they would like to play this double initiator setup with. I feel like having a SOA and a breach is a very well established information and aggro based setup, which gives you the best of both worlds. And if you set up your duelist well, can do a lot. And DXN, we've seen him ready for it, but again, I feel like to kind of change things up, Papichulo and Neff, it will be very crucial of how effectively they use their utilities, the fall line, aftershock, and the flashpoint coming through. If that connects really well, DXN and Aziz will have a have a time of their life on Haven.
I'm especially excited to see Redco's Cypher come into play because we don't get to see that Cypher very often, and he is one hell of an agent when it comes to finding small lurks. Considering that LVR like playing that slower playstyle, especially on their attack, and they like being able to take small parts of the map piece by piece, it is going to leave a lot of room for Redco to find lurks here and there. So I'm curious to see what kind of impact he can bring onto the table since they are going to be starting on the attacking side here.
Now, at least on the attack, with the Cypher being there, I feel like South Build, even if they want to make any aggro pushes, it can be put a stop to. But looking at what LVR want to do, it feels like they want to go for a garage and see execute at the same time. And they're looking forward to if there is any contest over there. But in the meantime, there's a trademark at garage which can just make their life difficult. But Shah is going for an aggro fight over there, deals a blow and backs off.
Yeah, already aggressive, establishing a statement against LVR with the headhunter, finds a hairput. Shun with the trade off will relieve some pressure off of LVR now. All of this chaos towards the C site has allowed the push in from Aziz and Papi Churro towards the A site. And you can
But there's
see,
a trap.
yeah, there's a trap, and both Redco and Bryce are waiting for exactly that. They hear it being popped off and they go for the fight. Bryce swings around on Redco's contact, but Papichulo with the double kill takes them both down.
Now it's again back open of whoever wants to take. Papichulo is not willing to stop. But finally he is deciding to back off, but he's just hiding the frenzy, can do a lot more damage. He dinged, but Sean was quick on the trigger and he dropped him dead. And now they're back to a 2v2 situation, but look at the backup again. They're again cornering them. Shun puts him down again. Now both of them are super low. It all is up to Flippy now to get back the game. I mean, he has the chance to get it back, but if he misses his first bullet, looking at how precise Sean has been in this entire first round, he might just as well get another 4.
Now, both Shun and DXN are quite low, so Flippy most definitely has the opportunity to be able to pull off this clutch, but given that they're quite low, they're gonna back off, and just as DXN backs off, he spots Flippy. Flippy now gonna look to set up a smoke and go for the diffuse through, expecting that late lurk from Garage, but sees the recon and realizes that he's got both players towards this C-long position. Sets up a smoke once again, now going in for the full diffuse. Shun with the spam through the smoke finds the 4K as well as the round pistol picked up for the side of LVR.
This is what I was worried about. Shun, of how well he was looking and how crispy of his shots were connecting. Had already pulled off a third, was looking forward to the fourth as well, and he mostly would have gotten, and he got it here. Then that puts LVR here with the first round in their advantage, which gives them an opportunity to buy up as well. And they are getting two Bulldogs in the mix along with Spectres as well. So Shan is still sticking on to the ghost that he loved and popped so many heads off. This is another round which should be LVR's, but in the recent times of how we have seen things take a turn, all the teams have picked up numerous victories.
It is most definitely possible, and it's the reason why you can see LVR playing it safe, playing it slow. Now again, a trap setup if they decide to go down a shot with the fall line prepped up for Aziz, but LVR, they're heading on towards this A-long area, and the push now coming in from mid will allow an instant flank for South Built if they choose to. LVR though taking their sweet time with it, don't want to fall trapped to any of this, but the time has allowed for South Built to set on this A side, and it's Ja who kicks us off, finds one, but LVR with their better weapons immediately trade back strong. A three-man trade in their favor gets them the advantage.
Spike planted.
And this should be around South Built. I mean, Flippy, if he gets one, he'll be more than happy, but just too many players up close towards him, and it's going to be enough to put him down. That's going to be the second coming from LVR, and this is what we said. LVR are very, I would say, composed. Even though they lose a player, they don't get completely bamboozled and then think about what should we do next. You saw where DXN had entered with the cloudburst, he waited for the right time until he composed himself, then swung, then got the kill, and then he composed the back of the side completely under control. So now it is going to be South Built to kind of bring back the game and the momentum, because they are the ones with the full buy. We're looking at the setup again, what LVR loved a hit, they're looking forward to another one.
DXN though looking to get aggressive given that this is their bonus. Has the fall line to set him up as well as the recon to make sure they don't push back. He finds that first kill, upgrades his team from a Spectre into a Vandal, and now backs off. The pressure towards A though, you can see now LVR looking for that lurk, but Pro immediately answering back as South Build maintain that A spot, and the lurk gets shut down by Flippy. So now LVR in a precarious position around, which started off looking good for them, suddenly has a table turned around and is in favor of South Build.
They're still committing aim in. There's going to be swings coming through. Aziz does get the better trade out of it, and he's trying to take the player down. DXN with just flashbacks but fails. 1v2, still with 13 HP. DXN is surviving. He has to first pick up the spike, but look at the push already from Ja, so he should be comfortably getting the player down. But the shoulder, it gets caught. And now DXN, he is thinking there should be a backstab because his teammate Bryce fell down at the grasses towards mid. And now DXN is worried. He doesn't know where to look at. He's walking his back towards Flippy. And why would Flippy leave a free kill?
Yeah, Flippy flipped his position. Did not go for the backstab. Instead went all the way further rotate towards the A side and catches DXN off guard. But overall, LVR will be very happy with that round. 4 weapons taken away from South Built Esports, but while South Built Esports just breathe a sigh of relief. For a moment, it looked like that round could slip out of their hands, and if they lose the buy round, that's a cascading effect where your economy is permanently damaged for that half. So, having picked up the round now, despite with broken buys, they have a chance to try and pull it off. LVR, on the other hand, a full buy on their cards for them. Again, playing it nice and slow, just the way we know it has been for them. It's their signature playstyle, really. They like to take their time early with their defaults, take control a little slowly, and then look for presence from the opposite team before choosing where to commit.
Right now, I'm worried about Ja's position. He has a star setup in case it fails, but it's going to be not a predicted one. DXN is trying to walk, he gives away the shoulder, and Ja picks up the kill and walks away from there. The rendezvous helps him out, and immediately the star was there, pops up a smoke, and Bryce, this time, he's repositioned himself. But in the meantime, LVR quick to switch on to a B hit. There's a trademark which will slow Neff down. He might just be taken down by the aftershock. Before that, Pro with this Guardian takes 2. Ja does go down to Bryce, but still, the spike, it's not there for LVR.
Enemy
The recon almost being the end of Pro's life right there, but he's able to scramble on out of it and picks up the 3k to finish off the round. for South Build. Despite the weaponry advantage for LVR, it's South Build to pick up the round and are able to upgrade their weapons as they now equalize the scoreline, looking for a lead with the economic advantage in the next. Now, in this situation, right, I feel like it's always going to be scary, even if he was not in that particular position, Ja, to be dry peeking Garage, because he could be standing right on Garage door. You
Yes.
want that Prowler if you have a Fade, you want that Flash if you have a Sky or a Breach, or a Drone to be used to be taking Garage in that spot, and LVR now trying to do exactly that as they commit a fall line as well as a recon to take a long, but before Aziz scrambles on out of there, he gets his pain shell out, finds that first blood.
That's got a hurt for LVR, but the Blade Storm is active. DXN still trying to push up towards Aziz. Shot is not being pushed, so it's all up to DXN to take down Aziz, but quick on his trigger and on the connecting the headshot. Let go in the meantime, finds one, but Neff now trying to run away is making life difficult for himself because he's stuck. And yes, gets punished for it. Now Aziz already on the third, and he is the last surviving player at A lobby where Redco, he tried to make some play while he pushed B. He did find a kill, but that's all. Right now his entire team has failed. He has a weapon recovered, but with his position known, Flippy should be able to take him out and send him back home for this round at least. And that's South Build taking the lead.
Yeah, I really like this from South Build. They realize that LVR like playing mind games, like playing it slow. So wherever LVR show initial presence, they're fighting them right then and there. They're forcing them to reveal their cards early, and this is sort of taking away the playstyle that LVR want on the table from them and forcing LVR to play more in terms of South Build's tempo and South Build style. They have a few key ultimates in their hands. They have the Rolling Thunder to force enter side, the Hunter's Fury to pay the post plant, so they can just look to switch the tempo and play a very fast, quick round. But again, the Pain Shell coming out will catch out DXN with the fall line. Does not take him out, but does a small chunk of damage.
The fall line from both the ends have been very efficient and effective at the same time. It has always found value. This time, thankfully, it was DXN he was able to run. Previously, Aziz got a kill. But still, they've not let go of A lobby control. They're still looking forward to pushing it. But Aziz is still stationing it as the guardian of A along with Papi Chulo's help. This is going to be a tough push if they come in. Oh, a big one. Hunter's Fury, Rolling Thunder, and also the blast pack to move in. Aziz gets one, but Bryce immediately with the trade. Just a single value being found after using two big ultimates. Now life being made difficult, but still Papichulo capitalizes and takes down their controller. This makes LVR's life even more tougher if they manage to play their, I would say, cards in and get the plan down. It still feels difficult to convert.
4 on the map, no window smoke, makes it that much harder to execute onto site, and Pro and Papichulo take full advantage. Papichulo is a sacrifice, but Pro ends up trading him out 2 for 1. Shun though, with the trade onto his fellow Sova, turns it into a 1v2, faking the plant, hoping for a peek, but it's not going to come out. Ja and Flippy are playing it safe. They want to make sure that they go in together, clearing out angle by angle slowly as Shun now looking for the isolated 1v1s, but timing doesn't have his back. It's instead Flippy right there. He's going to run into the operator, but the unscope this time works out in his favor, and Flippy looks away at the exact wrong moment. Shun with an opportunity converts the 1v2 round into a clutch, a huge play to get the score equalized once again. Wow.
That was a round which was written for South Belt, but broken down by Shun and taken away. They had set up, used so much in terms of the ultimates as well, and finding no value is gotta hurt. Two players from that tower peak still were taken down. When there was no smoke, they could have waited for a little bit longer and could have made it work, and now you can see, I thought it was a timer that South Build would have picked it up, but LVR quick on it. They did get the round, but they are making sure that the mistakes that they made to just get to side, losing players like that is something that they should not do, because again, it's Haven. It's an attack favored map. They need to have a quite big lead in terms of the overall score in the first half at least. If they don't, it'll just make their life even more tougher in the second half.
Yeah, and I'd like to actually see them switching to a mid default, because
you continuously see whenever they try to take A long, the
Yeah.
raise breach presence trying to slow them down. So if you switch to a mid default, leave Redco to work that A long area with his cage, where he can set up a cage to deny A long vision, set up his camera down at A shot, and then try to bait out utility as much as possible. It enables his team to then start pressuring Garage a lot more with the help of Shun Sova, and then play on Redco's information, where if they get a contact on Garage or mid, Redco gets a look, and if they get a contact towards Redco, they can force down Garage and see. Instead, LVR just looking to play it slow and safe, waiting for South Belt to take control and then likely looking to reaggress.
This is a nice move. I mean, every time that they've been caught by the fault line coming in from South Belt, this time they let it be used and then take up space. But look at what Aziz has done. He himself has taken up a little aggro approach and an angle being held. DXN is reading that. Aldron should be able to close it. Papichulo, a brilliant way to buy even more time for Aziz with the aftershock. But right now he's tagged. Oh, the Rolling Thunder. This should be... Oh, it didn't connect with Aziz, but still, he's only good for one.
1-for-1 trade though gets them A-long control, and all of the chaos it causes forces the rotation from South Build towards B and C, allowing Bryce now to start that lurk towards that C site, and recognizing that lurk, LVR surely but surely they're backing off. Flippy's marking the rotations of exactly that, just watching the crossing, but his shoulder is spotted out first. He thought he was hidden, he was
30
not,
seconds left.
and now Bryce, with the help of his team, will be able to set up the C hit into the operator.
Ja finds one, but already on side is Bryce, and voila, he immediately takes down Ja. That brings this to a game which looks like LVR should get the round. Even Cosmic Divide being committed for LVR to get the round. That tells you that yes, they are still worried that South Belt, even in a 2v3 situation, can convert it, especially with Papichulo still alive.
Pro and Papichulo now making their way into site. The recon used to clear off the site as whole. They realize it's a full-on post plant and set up the utility, try and deny it. Shock dart and the flashpoint to
Player standing.
deny the peak. Papichulo finds a double, tries to find some hope, but it's instantly denied. The mana advantage coming in clutch on the back of Bryce's lurk as LVR pick up the lead in terms of the rounds for themselves. Now, what is really key here, I feel like, is the way LVR have positioned themselves after their timeout, understanding that early utility is going to be committed from South Bill. They want area, so they're not baiting themselves into that early fight. They're very happy to be patient and find the lurk and the opportunities in the mid and late rounds.
And it is working out for them, and that's how they have to kind of bait out a couple of utilities. But this time again, Ja going aggressive, DXN reading that. The flash is going to be good. Caught with his pants down, nothing to do. It's gotta hurt. And I think he just came out a little bit away from his rendezvous radius, and that's the reason I'm pretty sure he was tapping E, but he couldn't back off.
Exactly where you are.
Now the neural theft coming out, and just like that, DXN knows exactly where they are. He's gonna hunt them down one by one. But Papichulo, he's pulled in, he's vulnerable, but he doesn't care. Stands strong with the sheriff and finds a couple with the help of Aziz. LVR though, able to hold on to their man advantage. And now again, will look to play post plant in that 3v2. But playing on site, every single one of them, changing up their style from the last time around where they all played from long.
Akron should be able to check Pro. Oh, it gets two big informations actually. But still, there's Bryce who stuck themselves right at the opening of Garage.
Last player standing.
Pro and Papichulo find one each, but Bryce
Wow!
couldn't do anything quick on the trigger and to snap to the head of Bryce. Papichulo. This is what I was worried about in the previous round as well, and this round. And that is not even a fight where they had equal weaponries, right?
Yep.
It is an eco.
That was just Papichulo standing strong, being an absolute titan, stood in the gravity well to find the first, and then swung with his sheriff to find a few more. That is a round where I say that's not strats, macro, none of that. It's just that player is cracked, bro. Nothing else.
One
Crack.
enemy
And
remaining.
him being dragged by his opponent's gravity well, still standing in the center of it, able to pick a frag, back off, and then regain control from Garage to get two more. That's gonna hurt for LVR, and now they want to do a quick one. They're going for a garage hit and then head over to C, where already it's all up to Flippy. He sees the cloudburst coming in, the swing. The timing was not great, but still he finds one. Neff, quick on the exchange, but his health, he's low as well. Recon ball gives away his position, but still, garage window is being held. The timing, Bryce fails. Now Shan trying to do something cool, helps him out, but the ultimate, it doesn't find any value. It does damage, but not value.
They scramble away just in time, and they're now able to hold on to their position in garage, awaiting the itch from South Build to reach some fruition. Now South Build, they have no idea where LVR is. They're expecting the lurk. They know that LVR has not gone towards B. They have the upper towards A to ensure that they don't go there. So the only possible explanation left is that they've wrapped around from window to B, or they're holding down in garage, and that's exactly what LVR is doing right now. And at the exact moment where South Build start backing off, LVR do too. 30 seconds left on the clock, and LVR are going to try to make their way A, but the patience of Ja right now has really yielded fruition. He's going to be the reason why they win or lose this round. He finds the first, equalizes it, but can he hold on in 1v2?
Player standing.
Oh
Spike
my
down
god,
A.
Ja quick on the shot control. Now it's all up to Redco. 13 seconds on the clock. He has to commit,
10
but there's the
seconds
scope. Right down shot, and it's going to be putting him down. That's Ja with the 3K, taking the lead for South Built.
And in that situation, the breach is the worst agent you want to lose. You don't mind if the Cypher dies in the first peak to the operator, but when the breach dies, there's no way to clear out this operator anymore. Shun trying to find the timing by running through is not able to do so. Instead, they fall one by one to Ja, just like that. The patience to be holding that angle for oh so long for him pays off huge.
LVR is going to be a crucial round for them. They don't have much to work in the banks. This is a crucial round. If they fail, they will be on the eco. A good recon gives away the position. A counter Hunter's Fury, but this is going to be a better one coming in only from South Built as they double down and convert this to a 5v3 situation. And Ja picks up another one. Redco is out of the board. Aziz takes on Neff, and now it's all up to the last player, Shun. Op shot being missed, but Aziz is chasing him down with the weapon, the utility, anything that he has on his back, and the paint shell finds the last one, taking the score 2 marks up.
Simple enough round for South Built Esports as they once again find crucial value on their ultimates. A beautiful lineup from Pro to get the recon on the tray, reveals Bryce and the counter Hunter's Fury, proving who is the real Hunter indeed. Now 6-4 on the board, and the eco round for LVR should guarantee the lead in this first half for South Built Esports. LVR now switching up their defaults as they look to take early mid control and set up some presence towards this B side.
They've never been able to kind of get a B hit, or never even tried, because way before they could have even thought about it, they were always getting losing players. But if you want to talk about a C hit or an A hit, they tried, they failed, it worked, they converted. But now looking forward to a garage, a good flash, but there's a star. But they don't even swing out. I think they saw the trademark, and now they're just looking forward to destroying that. In the meantime, Redco, with the camera looking out for any players inside, he might be able to see one who's already holding the garage angle from long at sight. They sneak their way in. A good fall line, which does connect on Ja, but he rendezvous out. Flippy's position is huge right now. It's all about the timing, and Ja and Flippy both capitalize. Pro comes out, and Ja and Pro on site destroy the entirety of LVR, and a flawless.
Love the repositioning there from Ja and Flippy working together. As soon as Flippy gets pushed off of his initial position on garage, makes the call to push into C long, acknowledging that every single time we've seen LVR take a certain area, they're not the kind of team that contest multiple points at the same time. So if you're seeing heavy presence towards the mid area, it's very likely that the player, if any player down C long, is playing it passive. He finds that C cubby and tells Ja to watch that C long angle where he can TP away from if they decide to commit.
Ooh. Garage push from both the direction, but it's going to be LVR coming on top. The showstopper was also put to hold. And now, with the neural theft, it gives away the position of the last 3 surviving players from South Build. And look at them, they're targeting Papichulo at this point, which I think is a big gamble. But in the meantime, Pro running towards to them and takes 2 players out. The Rolling Thunder goes out in vain. DXN, he was concussed, but right now he's trying to get the game back in. Pro tags DXN. The spike going down. In the meantime, Pro can actually take down the spike. Yes, he does take it after the plant is done, but Pro onto an ace. It's all up to Bryce, a 1v1 right now. And 70 Pro slow, and Bryce comes on top of it to clutch it and close it on a 7-5. Pro, oh my god. I was about to lose my mind over there.
It's the boba tea diff, man. I saw it on Bryce's cam. He's got the bubble tea. It's the bubble tea diff. But damn, a beautiful round pulled off by Bryce there as he's able to find a clutch, but Pro perfectly utilizing that moment where he knows when the Rolling Thunder committed from garage towards the seaside, they're all going to be focused in towards Papichulo, not marking the garage window. LVR get caught out and Pro finds that 2k, then able to punish the spike carrier. Now halftime done, South built with a 7-5 lead, and LVR moving towards the defensive half, where I will say, historically, statistically, LVR have looked much better. This is where the micro plays, the traps really come into focus. Then this is where Redco on the Cypher will be able to be a lot more free in how he holds it down. So we'll have to see, can LVR find the comeback, and will the fact that Aziz's raise over Jet be a factor in that comeback? Because while the raise is amazing on the defensive half, you can't necessarily aggress as fast as you can with the Jet on the attack.
I want to see how this works out right now, this round, but Pistol is going to be very crucial. As you said, Redco on the Cypher has more viability right now on defense, and can also play a lot more passive by just placing down his traps, cages, and even the camera, because we didn't even see the camera finding a lot of value from LVR, because we've seen, right, numerous times when they're trying to rush, the camera goes out, but only in that one round where they took garage was the value being found. But Ja with the swing snaps right onto Nef's head, and now they have B, which is vulnerable. Bryce, yes, repositioned himself to take B control back, but look at Aziz. Good smoke. It was a dissipate, and Aziz falls to that.
Ja's first blood there gave me deja vu, because that's exactly how at first Pistol sorted out. Ja with an aggressive push, finding that first kill. So does that again, but again, just like that first Pistol, LVR, they find the trade. And now as we focus on towards the seaside, but they don't know that they have this Cypher here lurking in the shadows. Still not caught out, but the stun does come out in time, but he's able to stay hidden through the smoke. Flippy does eventually check him out and takes him down, but the time has been bought, and the backup is here with Bryce towards the defender's side spawn, finding one trade, and DXN and Shun here now on the flank, trying to crunch them down, but Ja holding down that low angle, he slows down that flank and makes it a 2v2. Pro now here stuck with Papichulo on site with not much utility left. It's left to Bryce to find the first, and again in a 1v1 between Bryce and Pro. This time Pro finds his revenge, and it's Bryce who comes out on top.
Southbill wanted to keep it up, keep their lead going, and Pro this time, as you said, yes, comes on top of the duel between him and Bryce. 8 is where they stand, get the advantage to buy up weapons for themselves, and I feel like Southbill are going to be rolling over LVR at this point. The setup is good. They had that thought, but where maybe LVR could have actually won it out, especially with Redco's position. But Flippy, just a little bit of an individual play over there to overextend, gave the round for South Belt because he spotted Redco.
Oh, but look at this. Pro's really feeling himself, man. He's got himself a Vandal on that sofa. He's like, screw the utility, I'm gonna go out and be the actual hunter. But again, Ja with that headhunter has been devastating. Continuously finding kill after kill through that one shot. Finds another onto Shun, and he is shotting them down.
There's nothing that they could say. Redco's playing sneakily with the shotty. He might go for a right swing, C snaps the head, but Ja is still popping off, and he takes a fourth.
Damn!
It's just a headhunter, not anymore. It looks like it has like, what do you say? Aim locker on or something in there, like aim assist. Oh my god, that's snappy from Ja. And an entire round being pulled out just because of the headhunter.
Yeah, the headhunter paying huge dividends. Quite literally, 150 per bullet, he finds 4 kills,
Yeah.
finds a lot of value and profit on that commit. And now Southbill, they're looking to play the full bonuses pro. He's gonna stick to his Vandal, the rest of them on a couple of Spectres. Getting real aggressive down short, but just send Aziz to their death as Neff holds it down while they take A-long control. The tour they force though online for Ja after his heroics in the anti-eco. Finds them 1 kill, but DXN's position is unknown here, Lucifer. And I think they're gonna head back towards A, so DXN with an opportunity to get this round in the back for LVR.
It will be a tough one. I think he should be just getting one, not a lot more. He's enabled his
A.
win, but he's still finding value. Gets 3. Papichulo will be able to put him down only after that. I was worried that DXN would kind of find anything, but wow, the setup for him just worked out brilliantly. This is why we talk about it, that like you need to keep a call with your teammate. You saw the smoke also being propped up just because Bryce was there. The star and all coming through made LVR get this full buy. But again, Papichulo can turn things around. Unfortunately, he's a little bit low on health.
You've seen him pull it off
30
with the Sheriff
seconds left.
before. For that Thrifty earlier in this match. But 30 HP. I think it's more about trying to get a plant and do some damage to the economy of LVR now. Fix a plant, hoping he might find a stray player here and there. And will have exactly that, but with the low health bar, Redco is able to easily shut him down and find the win for LVR. The buy round picked up. LVR will be breathing a moment of relief, and just like that, we'll be looking forward to the future rounds. But remember, that was just the bonus for Southbound Esports. They will have the full buy now, and they'll be in a much better position to contest
Player standing.
aggressive pushes like this.
Very crucial communication coming in from LVR for DXN and Bryce combo over there with the Dissipate. Otherwise, it would have been a round maybe South Build would have taken away. LVR looking forward to another round here. DXN, they're keeping him afoot and aggressive, making sure he's the first point of contact where he gets first bloods and a couple of players as well as down, because he's looking really good in this game.
Again and again, though, LVR playing that heavy A-long default, farming the orbs on Shun, while their anchors, the Astra and the Cypher, played passive on the C side. South will decide, you know what, we're gonna attack those anchors specifically and try to take down Redco and Bryce right here, but they hold down deep back in the site with all of the utility coming their way. They find the 2K nevertheless, but the trades come out as Papichulo will double down and find one further. Papichulo is going ham, man, on a great run of form, finds a 3K, backed up by Pro to find the round win for his team. Wow.
Papichulo, he is literally breaking them apart piece by piece. How, after losing 2 players, South build, and still the back of site completely being under control, 3 players over there, CA, it's Papichulo is like, it doesn't matter, I'm going to be trying to isolate them one after another and breaks them down. And along with Papichulo, who better than Pro? Such a good combo coming in from there, and Aziz dodges the fall line, but the recon, that gives away his position, so no way for him to push up a long.
LVR, look. And this eco, they're trying to stack up that A side, but DXN misses the daggers, and Papichulo, it is once again the breach. Really feeling himself today, must have had an outstanding gym day.
He is, and he's not looking forward to stopping. He should be looking forward to getting a lot more. Gets another 3 here. Oh, Papichulo right now. He's being that breach unchained. We know breach for like his own solo flashes coming in, the fall line, the aftershock to push off players. He's irrespective of doing that. He's just fighting and taking players down. Aziz clears off shot and gets complete control of it. It's all up to Redco, who snaps Aziz's head and sends him back. Picks up a weapon to fight, but I feel like it's going to be tough for him to even though recover this. Papichulo still looking forward to the 4th kill for himself, but in the meantime, Spike heads his way all the way towards C, gets planted, and now Redco in his lonesome to figure something out.
And he's certainly not going to be expecting a look from a breach. He's going to be
All the way
Expecting,
from defender spawn.
yeah, the full look coming in from the A side towards Fender's one, and Redco is
Oh,
blissfully unaware, and he's gonna get an unpleasant surprise. Doesn't come down to it actually, just swings
yeah.
down into Seaside and gets a 1-for-1 as South Built now pick up a 1-1-11-6 lead for themselves in commanding position to close out this map on the basis of this next round, because next round is going to be the full buy for the side of LVR. They lose that round, it's GGWP match point with a broken buy on their hands for the side of South Built.
Southbill are more than happy of what they're able to pull off. Everybody from the team is just popping off. This, irrespective of where the standing for an individual player is, it's just looking brilliant. A very early Hunter's Fury coming here. Aziz just trying to dodge along with Papi Chulo. Yes, they survive. And also, don't get tagged. That's a surprise. But look at this. The face of Flippy and DXN, and Flippy comes on top. Bryce wanted to go for a quick exchange, but Flippy survives and now is backing off. Bryce is stuck.
A lot of resources committed by LVR and they find no value. They try to push in, but Southbuilt, expecting that aggression, immediately shut them down. And with the heavy presence shown towards mid, Southbuilt now converting it into a site area control, leaving Jaw right here
Left
to
Jaw.
cut off rotations. He's gonna find one free kill. Can he make that two? Does that oh so easily. Looking for his third, finds a small dink, but not able to convert it. But he's done his job and more so. 2v4 on the post plant with the Rolling Thunder available. This should be a simple enough match point for Southbuilt Esports.
Yeah, there's nobody taking that away from him. Redco, he's just cleaning everything up, making sure if there's no lurkers like it happened
One
previously,
enemy remaining.
but there's a double hole towards a lobby, so there's nowhere Redco is making out alive. And now it's all Tushan having no creds for his team. There is no chance for trying and fighting out 1v4, especially with two big ultimates on board. There's no way he's going to get a ninja defuse, even if he thinks about it. But Southbuilt are not okay with leaving Shun still alive. They're on the hunt. But I feel like it's going to be difficult to kind of pull him out of his tucked garage window position and eliminate that weapon difficulty. The fault line should connect, but oh wait, Aziz does check, but Chan, as soon as the fault line clears, he's able to survive and take down Aziz. Now that brings Southbuilt to a 12-6. Looking forward to most probably a close-up here itself, CA.
Yeah. Broken by for LVR, two Guardians, two Vandals, and a Spectre should make it easier for Southbuilt, but
The shoulder.
can't count out LVR just yet. Southbuilt playing this beautifully though, reading into the minds of LVR and understanding when they need to play passive, when they need to play aggressive. Again, a fast A main control as they get Aziz into a good spot. They've got the Rolling Thunder to execute on the side, the Hunter's Fury to pay post blind. You can see LVR recognizing just that. They've left the site. They decided they're going to play on the retake. They don't want to fall prey to the Rolling Thunder.
There's Aziz as well as Ja close to their ultimates. Rolling Thunder come and they do give up the side as you said. Right now they're trying to quickly enter. The recon is going to be late. Should give away the position, but still they're able to duel and take down Shundown. That is a big one, and now it's going to make life even more difficult on this retake. Yes, they have two of their own ultimates, but look at Ja's position. He's stuck right at the entrance of the defender spawn.
Oh, and they're using the Hunter's Fury proactively to deny any chance of a retake. Doesn't tag anyone though, so it's a bit of a waste, but that's alright. Now going in for the retake, Redco finds the first, and Neural Theft now revealing every single one of their positions. They know all of the players towards the long area playing on the post plant, and that early Hunter's Fury might have just been the downfall for Southbuilt Esports in this round. A beautifully executed 4v5 retake as LVR keep their hopes alive.
All the players survive. Redco checks where Ja was tucked in, takes him down. A fault line comes in, a dash later on from DXN to clear out Aziz who was on default, and then a brilliant cosmic divide to keep the players back. And when it was time, the Neural Theft acted and shown all the last three players' possession. Southbuilt, as you said, that early Hunter's Fury became the reason of their loss because they could not rely on anything else. But right now, what they can rely on is one thing is going to be Aziz on the ultimate to get the entry if they want to go for a quick execution.
Right there.
But that's not the case.
F and Rice looking to get aggressive, take mid control for themselves, setting up the Rolling Thunder, expecting this A main position. Redco finds the first as they crunch down on them. Is Shun with a couple more. LVR picking up the pace, increasing the tempo, and dialing up the temperature in this lobby as they look to mount a comeback. Ja on his lonesome in a 1v4. This is impossible, but let's see what he can do.
After losing DXN, immediate rolling thunder. I mean, it was barely a second after losing DXN. They all jump on him. Ja, he's going to be dumped with anything and everything that's there from LVR. Now, as the Aldron was heading towards him, the smoke clears. Redco picks Ja up. That's going to be an 8. Still a lot more rounds for LVR to work with, but South Built, they immediately call a timeout, which is very necessary. They're sitting on match point to close this victory for themselves with a 3-0 later down the line if they get this victory. Whereas LVR, they're fighting for survival to make sure that yesterday's loss does not roll today as well.
A crucial timeout to try and just stall the momentum that LVR have established for themselves over the last few rounds. But it will be a crucial minute for LVR to talk amongst themselves too. This next minute might decide whether we go to overtime or not, whether LVR are able to mount a comeback or not, and we'll have to see which IGL is able to come out looking better on the other end. Now, South Built, they have to understand that LVR has switched up the tempo and are looking to get aggressive. So I'm expecting South Built to reply fire with fire. Just go for a hard execute. They have the showstopper to get themselves aggressively onto side, the Cosmic Divide as well to set them up. And in the post plan, they've proven to be effective before.
Timeout done. South Build need to figure a way through to get this match point closed and the map closed ASAP. If they let any more of the rounds slip from their fingers, it should be, as you said, a most probable overtime. DXN finally coming out with the operator. Till now he was on his Vandal going very aggressive. This time he's looking forward to a short push with his operator, with a recon setup coming in most probably from his teammate Shun. But looks not to be the case. They are worried. The Aldron to check DXN. Oh, the Aldron gets destroyed. Now they're not going to contest over there. They are looking forward to backing off, but maybe a quick B execution.
It is though. The way LVR are set up, they want to play heavy on site. The camera trap and 2 players playing on C to deny that C hit, and the operator towards the A side. They're happy to give up B on Neff to delay and just play it on the retake, but Neff almost taken down by the showstopper, barely managed to escape, and that will be crucial because they need his utility now on the retake. Sets up the aftershock, displaces the player, and finds that opening kill onto Ja to turn it into a 4v5. Now on the retake, the Cosmic Divide coming through. I'll be a very interesting one to allow for the lurk over here. But they don't care. Papi Chulo and Aziz holding on to side. Find a beautiful crossfire to find the advantage. And now Pro coming in from the left. You've got the Astra coming in from the right. LVR, they're getting crunched down. And it might just be the end of their dreams.
There's nothing, Shan. He's left with the operator. Gets found with the Astra. Flippy puts him down. That's South Built with a 13-8 victory. So close, but so late coming in from LVR. Unfortunate, the first half didn't work in their favor. I mean, they were always getting hit by that deadly combo of Aziz as well as Papichulo at 8. And they were still contesting. I think trying to figure and break that combo out at A, they wasted the first half, and then while they came to the second half and started to get a stronghold, they lost the pistol. If they would have gotten the pistol, we would have seen maybe an overtime.
South Built Esports though with that 13-8 victory, reclaiming the top spot in Group A from Bleed Esports. Now 3-0 on board for them, and South Built are looking like they've almost secured their slot in the playoffs, basically have. So LVR with this loss, so precarious. Their possibility of qualifying for the playoffs no longer in their hands. They need Bleed or South Build to drop a few maps, and then maybe there's some mathematical scenario where they can get through, but it's no longer in their control, and that has to be unfortunate.
It still looks, as you said, it's either Bleed or South Build to kind of lose a map, but which looks unlikely the way both South Built and Bleed are playing. It's tough. I mean, we saw a bloodbath which Bleed dealt today when we started it off, and now South Build taking LVR, who wanted a victory. Quickly jumping into the highlights, a very interesting matchup and a very interesting fight that we saw all around the place. But I feel like there were two crucial points where twice Papichulo stepped up.
Right
One
there.
was in the attack, and yes, that pistol round as well. So those two big ones being stepped up from Papichulo hurt a lot for LVR.
Yeah, because it was 3-4 on the board when they found that thrifty on the back of Papichuro. They don't find that thrifty 3-5. LVR don't lose that momentum. We might see a very different and much closer map, but key rounds picked up from Papichuro, like you mentioned. Crow as well coming up huge to back him up. And South Built Esports, those rounds, it was like a rising tide that lifted all the boats being their players, and you could see Ja feeling the confidence, just swinging in the second half, finding kill after kill. And it was rounds like this, in which even though they lost, getting that 4K meant so much to the players.
Standing.
The second round in itself, after Ja got the headhunter and just snapping here, this
Yeah.
4K. It was just insane the entire round. I think he didn't even need his teammates. He could have just converted with the headhunter, just snapping onto everybody one after another. But then, because of all the efforts he put in, he already had gotten his 2 defos, which he worked around with. But DXN came up huge there with his teammate helping him out, and that's one more round that they did get under control. Otherwise, Papichulo, if he had more than 30, he could have pulled a lot, but this round had 3 players on back of side, but they still lost CA. So there were some rounds which they kind of looked like it could have worked in their favor, but it was not enough.
Yeah, I feel like once Papichulo got in form,
Yeah.
no, it's like once your leader is in form, the entire team is just like, all right, let's go. Yeah, nothing can beat us now, and it's exactly what it looked like for South Built Esports. They were not perturbed whatsoever. Even comparing their match to Oasis yesterday, where it went much more closer, this
Yes.
South Built felt like they were just in a whole another groove. Nothing to stop them, nothing to stall them. And when it did come down to it, when LVR started to get the momentum, this key tactical timeout resulted in an absolute chaotic B hit, allowing a double flank from either side for South Built to pick up the match win.
That last round, previously when the 8th round was confirmed coming in from LVR, I thought that's where we will be seeing Aziz using up his showstopper, but they walked up, got closer to side where they could have found a lot more value. But
10 seconds left.
even after not finding value, after using the showstopper, you saw there was a free kill while spraying down through the smoke they took on Ja in the last round. But still, that was not enough. And they just fell apart. And one brilliant repositioning coming in from Aziz, where the gravity well was used to check the back of side at B. In the last round, he just jumped on a little bit of the ledge that he got at back of side and stayed there. And the gravity well proved wrong, saying that there's nobody there.
One enemy remains. One enemy remains.
Instances like that, CA. And South Built always got the instances like that. I think it's just, as you said, having that kind of a game sense of and knowing what you would have to do in such a chaotic situation. South Build were able to compose themselves compared to LVR.
Oh, absolutely. And in that regard, props needs to be given to South Built, and I'm sure Bleed, looking at this matchup, will be concerned about that top spot, right? Because South Built now 3-0, the only team left to face for them is Bleed Esports. We'll have to see which team is able to pick up the win in that regard, because if South Built is able to pick up the win, it will mean Bleed is 2-1 down, and LVR will have to hope that Bleed will lose both of their next matches to try and qualify from then on.
It's going to be a tough one for everyone. But look at this. This is at the start that I thought about. As we saw Kakarot, we're going to be seeing Papichulo, and that's what he's done. 11 assists, 18 kills. But Ja, he was just insane on that headhunter in every one of those pistol rounds. But I can see Aziz and Flippy down, but it doesn't matter. Flippy, when he had to pop off in the C-long hold that he had to keep for himself, and the repositioning along with Ja, that the communication was there, he got around over there. So South Built as a team, where they had to perform in the angles and the positions that they had to hold both on defense and on attack, they had to go completely blasting out their opponents, they were able to do it. But here on LVR's end, everybody performed, but I feel like Redco could not make his own place which he could, because he was limited with the Cypher, especially in the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't get to see that impact from the Cypher on the attack. The lurks weren't as available, and I really do think it comes back to the mentality with which Southbilt was playing, right? Where they were fighting the early default from LVR with aggression of their own, willing to commit utility to deny them control. And if they're not able to get control on the early default LVR, there is no way the Cypher can actually get a little more aggressive and go for the
Yes.
forward lurks. So in doing so, they really limited the impact from not just Redco but Bryce as well, who we've seen pulling off great looks. So those few crucial rounds going forward, South Build combined with their early macro gameplay gets them this win and the top spot in the group. And increasingly so, Group A is looking like the group of death that we expected, where top teams like
Yes.
LVR most likely will not be able to make it. And it really sets us up for some amazing action going through on the way to the playoffs.
Oh, I mean, Group A right now, like, everybody is in a hot seat. Everybody's trying to figure out that if we kind of lose our footing or if we slow down our momentum, there's somebody immediately looking forward to grabbing our shoulders and pushing us down. So Southbuild, they might have gotten the victory today, but yes, Bleed is on the cards that they have to look forward to and how that matchup will be. And Bleed will also be on the lookout. Even though Bleed had a great performance to start the day off, Southbuild, the way they played today, showed us that irrespective of what LVR were able to throw, even in a disciplined manner, it is not enough. I mean, whenever we see kind of you have a sentinel on a team which is slow and passive, you expect lurks, and South built disabled that lurk by understanding where the initial momentum from LVR is and then taking the map space on the complete opposite end of the map. So these kind of plays being done from South build and reading their opponent and especially of their agent composition was very crucial. So South build, they look like they're ready for bleed, but it all depends on that specific day and that specific team and their individual players feeling, because today Papichulo was feeling himself.
Yeah, and not just Papichulo, right? Ja as
Yeah, pro
well
as
with
well.
the Ja Pro, and really I
Actually,
think
everyone.
the entirety of the team, but they need this when they go up against Bleed, because you saw how good Bleed can be once they get into their groove, and it seems like they're only getting better. And I'm really glad we've got these top teams in this SEA Championship, because it makes it that much more exciting for us to witness as well as for the audience. So in this off season, we're saying multiple teams shape up to their very best form, and we'll have to see which team is able to find that right groove and find the right momentum to come out on top.
It's going to be a tough one to see what's going to be happening, and especially with just four teams coming out to the playoffs, and then from there on battling it out, and just two teams qualifying later down the line. So it's going to be very tough here in the SCA Championship of how one of these teams comes out on the top. But looking at how spicy and interesting and what new stuff we are see, there's a lot more in action and a lot more in the hiding. They are still under the, I would say, wardrobes or whatever, if you want to say, like this. Put them under in covered sheets and will come out when it's very necessary from one of these teams. But as every match is so good as of today, I am not too sure what to expect tomorrow here, CA. Because if this is the kind of action where we kind of thought what was written on paper and then what should happen here in scenario, it was a little bit different. And especially after seeing Fancy United like that, and then thinking about what other teams will be looking forward to doing against Fancy United, and then seeing how other teams compose themselves, like just now we saw South Build, and then to start the day off, we saw Bleed ramming their way to victory, bulldozing their opponent without giving them a chance to even breathe. It was just insane.
Yeah. And at this point, it's going to be an exciting matchup for sure. And I think the way Group B is shaping up as well, I'm excited to find out which team is going to be joining Naos in the stages. And it's
Yeah.
also about like trying to avoid the top seed, right? So Bleed and South Built with both won the top seed, so they can avoid Naos respectively, because Naos has looked like they're in a great run of form. Similarly, Fancy Made in Thailand and Todak in contention for that second seed in Group B will look to duke it out and potentially even try to bring down Naos from the top seed if Todak is able to take them down. So a lot more questions and storylines left for us to answer, and that's why we've got a lot more days to go. So make sure, I hope that every single person watching this turns up, because these teams are giving it their all.
Everybody is. I mean, it never felt like at a point that okay, this team has complete control. Even though we have like dominating victories for a couple of teams, there were fights which brought the round so close that we felt like maybe yes, there is still a chance, even in situations where it was looking an impossible task. I mean, imagine Papi Chulo just surviving there on a thrifty assisted by Pro. Who would have thought they would have gotten a chance? And with being I would say Bryce anchoring the opening of Garage. That kind of a play being done from a thrifty with just sheriffs is insane. So everybody is stepping up, every team is stepping up. So we are not too sure what's going to be happening. But yeah, one thing for sure, we already talked about Group A. It's a very tough competition over there. But Group B still has a lot of openings because three of the teams, Fancy United, Made in Thailand, and Todak, all are on equal standings, 1-1 each on both victories and losses. A round differential is repositioned them. We will see the overall standings as well very soon. But this excites us. On one end, it's Group A, which is group of death. If one team crumbles, then another team gets a chance. But on Group B, things are a little calm, but can be very chaotic. So let's quickly jump into the overall standings and see what can happen when we see tomorrow.
Absolutely. Like we talked about, now is top spot along with South Built Esports with a plus 12 and plus 11 round difference respectively. Bleed with one match in hand with a plus 15 differential after their 13-1 victory, effectively securing both of their qualification spots from Group A, as long as they keep winning their matches. Now, on Group B, you've got Naos, of course, secured, but Fancy United, Made in Thailand, and Todak Esports all on 1-1 respectively, with Fancy the only team with a positive differential after their dominating victory earlier today.
And unfortunately, I feel like Sharper of all the teams, they're a little bit too down on the scoreboard and don't have a lot to say on, and they have one match.
Yeah.
So their qualification status looks too tough at this point. Unfortunate, even though they were one of the brilliant teams that we saw how they played, having Leviathan and Niffy and all. I felt like they should have had a chance to do a lot, but it just so happened that the group that they faced, the opponents that they faced, were better composed for a given day and on that map.
Absolutely. I think Sharper will be just out of qualification chances at this point. So unfortunate for them, but they get to be that thorn in the side, and they still have one match left and potentially
Exactly.
influence, yeah, the qualification of the teams remaining, and we'll have to see how that does. But for now, that is the end of our day three matches. Lucifer, we had a brilliant set of matches with Juicy starting us off on the Reina and Papi Chulo finishing us off on the Breach. All the way through, the players playing brilliantly. I was really excited, and I hope you were too.
Oh yes, I mean I was on top of the chair or the table, whatever you would want to say. Especially this last match, right? The South Build versus LVR. For a second, it felt like, oh wait, looks like LBR are on the gist of a comeback and an overtime because we got to 12-8. And as you did mention, if they get one more round, they would have had a chance to break the economy and from there on
Yeah.
kind of push themselves to double digits and get closer. It did not happen, but LVR still have a chance. They're not out of the game. So they will be beating themselves for today, but for tomorrow, every team, whoever lost today, will be looking forward to recompose themselves, get back to the board, and figure out what went wrong. Because we did see one team which actually picked up Breeze, right? Which was the map they played previously. So we thought all the shortcomings would have kind of been polished, but it was not the case. But it is how the tournament is supposed to be. But right now, that does bring us to the end of today. but there are still 2 more days of qualification. So keep your eyes glued to the screens and wait for the action coming on the other end from tomorrow. But for now, it's going to be me, Lucifer, along with CA signing out on day 3. Take care and have a great evening.